Chapter 51:16. He did not harp on the matter after some thought. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was to allow his cultivation level to officially break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago, so he needed to temper himself with great battles to welcome the opportunity for another breakthrough. Thinking upon coming to this point, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he muttered, "I'll call it heaven hunting. While tempering myself through bloody battles, I can also obtain heavenly Tao blood essence." After understanding the two major realms after the heavenly Tao realm, as well as understanding the truth behind the primordial chaos void's epical cycles, Yi Xian had at least a general guess. The perplexity in his heart vanished as his eyes turned resolute once again. Regarding all of this, he quickly stopped harping on it. The supreme chaos was still too far away from him. What was most urgent was for his cultivation level to officially break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, he had just broken through not long ago. To achieve another breakthrough in a short period of time, he needed to temper himself with great battles. He had to completely digest what he had gained from the previous breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xian thought of a new plan. He named it heaven hunting, which meant that he would seek out heavenly Tao realm experts to battle. He wanted to temper himself through bloody battles and at the same time, obtain heavenly Tao blood essence. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. By the way, what's the origin of the existence behind the Class 8 insectoid you mentioned? Yi Xian retracted his distracting thoughts as he turned to look at Goat Horn Immortal. Do you know the exact details? I don't know the exact details. I don't even know what species of cosmic insectoid that senior insectoid is. Seeing Yi Xian ask about the matter again, Goat Horn Immortal did not dare hide anything. He immediately said, "I've only heard him mention it once in a while." He said that there's a senior in his race backing him. He had long stepped into the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the perfected Class 9 realm countless years ago. Later, he left the fiendish insectoid forbidden zone alone in search of a place for seclusion. He attempted to break through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. When that Zerg senior left, there was only one heavenly Tao realm existence in the entire forbidden zone. It was that old fellow at the 8th stage. Back then, this lowly one had just entered the primordial era and had yet to enter the forbidden zone. Therefore, this lowly one had never seen that person. As he spoke, a disappointed expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but there was vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Such as now, Goat Horn Immortal was already a first-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. Back when he first entered the ranks of mighty figures in the primordial chaos, it was definitely an extremely long time ago. According to the cultivation speed of ordinary cosmos experts in the primordial chaos void, it was at least hundreds of thousands of years ago. In other words, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the elder behind the 8th rank insect clan was already an incomparably powerful peak heavenly Tao expert. Moreover, he had already stepped into this realm for a long time and was preparing to break through to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. That was definitely an extremely ancient existence. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was very likely that he had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. However, it was also possible that this person had yet to break through. This was because the forbidden zone was his lair. Back then, he had left this place in search of a seclusion ground to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, if he had already broken through, he would likely return. Thought upon reaching this point, Yi Xian immediately felt relieved. As long as that old fellow had yet to break through and was still in seclusion, there was no need to worry about his threat. Yi Xian had treasured pills of various grades and his cultivation speed was unprecedented. Perhaps, he might be able to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm before him. You can leave at any time now. However, I'm warning you. It's best you keep your mouth shut about everything regarding me. Don't spread the news. After putting the matter to the back of his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He looked at the Goat Horn Immortal again and warned, "If not, I have my means of finding you and killing you no matter where you are." Back in the Forbidden Zone, he had promised to spare his life. Yi Xian was not one to go back on his word. Furthermore, this mixed-blood Zerg was so timid. His cultivation level was only at the first stage of the heavenly Dao realm. To Yi Xian he really did not pose any threat. To go back on his word for an existence that did not pose a threat, it would damage his Dao heart. This was not a worthwhile matter. Yi Xian naturally knew how to make the right choice. "Sir, are you chasing me away?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the goat horn immortal's body trembled slightly. A look of panic instantly suffused his face. "Chase away?" Following that, he said, "I have nowhere to go now, right? The entire Forbidden Zone has been wiped out. If I'm the only one traveling outside, I will instantly attract suspicion once I'm discovered. In order to deal with your excellency, those 5 old fogies have secretly formed an alliance with many old freaks on the left bank and right bank. If those old fogies know that I'm still alive, they will definitely pursue me relentlessly. I have nowhere to run or hide." Upon saying this, he suddenly thought of something as a glint flashed in his eyes. He continued, "By the way, Your Excellency, aren't you from the right bank? Why don't you let me hide in that cauldron of yours first? Why don't you release me after you return to the right bank? It's too far from the left bank to the right bank. With my present cultivation level and strength, it will take me at least 2 months. Along the way, I will pass through various forbidden zones on the left bank and right bank. It's very likely that I will encounter those old fogies at the Heavenly Dao realm. Your Excellency is at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, so you naturally have nothing to fear. However, I can't. I'm only at the first stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, and I've only just entered this realm. If I were to encounter them, I would probably be caught on the spot." At this point, the goat horn immortal no longer spoke. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a bitter expression. The look in his eyes was full of pleading. Seeing this fellow so terrified, Yi Xian was speechless. However, when he thought about it, the goat horn immortal was honest from the beginning to the end and was extremely cooperative with him. In addition, this old fellow was truly pitiful to the point of speechlessness. In any case, he would just casually bring him to the right bank and wouldn't delay him in any way. For a moment, Yi Xian really couldn't say anything to refuse. "I'll help you one more time." After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he reminded him, "However, I'll make it clear to you. I won't leave this place for the time being. There are still other things that I can't do. I have to finish everything before I return. Therefore, if you don't leave now, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the cauldron for quite some time. It's okay, it's okay." Seeing Yi Xian agree, the goat horn immortal's face was full of joy. He waved his hand repeatedly. "That's the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and it's still in my lord's body. This is naturally the safest place." In other words, he seemed to have the intention of staying in the cauldron forever to seek protection. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "Xiao! Xiao!" After sighing, Yi Xian waved his hand and put the goat horn immortal into the farmer god's treasure cauldron. Then, his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. His next destination was the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. He wanted to see if the primeval Heaven's Eye was there. He wanted to see if his previous injuries had recovered. After a few days, he silently snuck into the forbidden area of the Great Wasteland. What he saw was dead silence. Instantly, Yi Xian was stunned. He suspected that he had come to the wrong place. In the end of the dark zone, in a parallel void that was connected to the primordial chaos void, a huge oval-shaped star stood there. It emitted an obscure but extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void, but it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void. But in fact, it had nothing, not even a tiny speck of cosmic dust. And in this void, there was a huge green eye that stood there like a star. It was the primeval Heaven's Eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space that he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos void. Usually, the primeval Heaven's Eye would be in seclusion here. And among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast generals, led by the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, had the qualifications to enter this place. Only they knew the coordinates to enter. After returning from the endless dark void in front of the galaxy's right bank, the primeval heavens, I immediately entered this place. Now, more than 2 months had passed, and his injuries had only just fully recovered. Rip. Rip? At that moment, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Void rifts appeared in the distant dark void. Immediately following that, figures rushed out of the rifts. They were of varying sizes, but even the smallest figure was millions of kilometers in size. In just a few seconds, 8 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 8 figures walked out from within. The 8 figures were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was among them. There were a total of 10 heavenly Tao generals under the desolate heaven Tao's green eye, but not long ago, the elite team sent by the green eye to the right bank's magic hall's forbidden zone was wiped out. The 2 heavenly Tao generals, the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, had perished as a result. It was the same for the netherworld furnace. It no longer belonged to the primeval heaven's eye. With the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals summoned, the primeval heaven's eye that stood silently in the middle of the void trembled slightly. An extremely deep hum sounded as a faint azure light flashed. The gigantic azure vertical eye opened. This time, I've suffered heavy losses. The gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light as it surveyed the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals before continuing. Not only have the sanguine winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast perished, even the netherworld furnace was lost. It can be said that, we went for wool but came home shorn. Around them, the 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals of the desolate forbidden zone looked at each other in silence. They could sense the immense wrath of the primeval heaven's eye. It was completely unprecedented. I've already learned that not long ago, Magic Hall's Lord Yi Xian descended upon the dragon whale forbidden zone. That dragon whale at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already been killed by him. After a pause, the primeval heaven's eye's voice sounded once again. It was filled with endless indignation. Clearly he is seeking revenge. What's even more unsettling is that in a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level has broken through once again. He is now at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. With his way of doing things, the dragon whale forbidden zone is only his first stop. Following that, he will definitely visit my desolate forbidden zone. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it's also a trial for my desolate forbidden zone. If we aren't careful, all the ancient desolate beasts in the forbidden zone will be implicated. Go. Bring all the ancient desolate beasts in the forbidden zone, as well as those loyal warriors who have been following me since time immemorial, to this parallel void. This is our core strength. In the future, when the Milky Way stellar domain opens, they will most likely need to enter the Milky Way stellar domain to compete for providence. We cannot sacrifice them for nothing. As for the living beings in the 3 main cosmic planes, let them stay there. Weeping Soul, use your bloodline mystic art to seal their souls with Weeping Soul's might, sending them into a deep slumber. With that said, the primeval heavens I did not speak again. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star slowly closed. Hung desolate forbidden zone. Rip. Rip. Ching. The crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as 8 rifts appeared in the stellar domain's void within the forbidden zone. 8 extremely powerful ancient desolate beasts rushed out from within. All of them were existences at the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than the 8 heavenly Tao generals under the heavenly Tao green eye. Roar. Screech. Almost at the instant of their arrival, the 8 desolate beast generals had already transmitted via divine perception. In the abandoned planets in the depths of the desolate forbidden zone stellar domain, there were immediately earth-shattering roars and howls. Numerous ancient desolate beasts rushed out of the planets, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. All of them surged towards the 8 rifts. They were going to temporarily hide in the parallel space where the primeval heaven's eye was in seclusion. There were just too many desolate beasts. This scene lasted for 3 days before the 8 rifts in the void closed. The entire desolate forbidden zone, apart from the sea of battleships in the void to the left of the stellar domain and the countless experts in the battleships, was empty. Whoosh! At this moment, the weeping soul blood ape's figure silently appeared. With a flash of blood in its eyes, it instantly shot towards the endless sea of battleships on the left of the stellar domain. When they saw this scene, an uproar instantly sounded in this endless sea of battleships, revealing a wisp of endless shock and fear. The mighty figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 races of the second universe, the Blood WRM clan, the Azure Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, were currently gathered in a stellar fortress with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters. But now, their expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. There was also a strong fluctuation coming from another stellar fortress's main control cabin. The hundreds of desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures gathered here were all from the First Universe's plane. They were the foundation of the original First Universe's slave races. And now, as if realizing that something bad was about to befall them, those desolate supremacy old monsters and ancient mighty figures shuddered violently, a look of despair appearing on their faces, except for, moreover, on the everlasting star of the Third Universe's human faction, the Immortal Emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the Cultivators faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were all gathered together. If counting the elders of various ranks of the original 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of ancient mighty figures and ancient paragons gathered here from the Third Universe. But now, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to befall them. Whoosh! As countless ancient beasts in the entire great desolate forbidden land migrated away, the figure of the weeping soul blood ape also appeared quietly. With a flash of bloody light in its eyes, it immediately blasted toward the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the star field. No one knew what that scene meant, but it was clearly not a good thing. Brain as those thoughts flashed through their minds, there was an uproar in the endless sea of battleships, revealing endless shock and fear. Everyone present, some of them had looks of horror on their faces. Their faces were deathly pale, as if the real apocalypse was about to descend. Screech! In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul blood ape's figure had already shot over, hovering above the endless sea of battleships. Without hesitation or nonsense, a dark light flashed in its eyes, and it immediately raised its head to let out a terrifying roar. It was the weeping soul sound that was produced when it activated the bloodline secret technique in its body. The sound wave was formless, but it had the mysterious power of weeping soul that directly affected the soul. And now, the one who used the bloodline secret technique was a heavenly Tao elite, so its power was even more obvious. In an instant, a formless sound wave swept out, spreading towards the endless sea of battleships beneath the weeping soul blood ape. Part 1: The mighty figures and desolate supremacy elders of the 9 races from the 2 universes, the Blood WRM race, the Azure Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Ox race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colored Python race, the Covetous Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race, trembled violently as their eyes filled with despair. Heavens, is that weeping soul blood ape going to attack us? Our previous guess was right. The heavenly Tao is heartless. We have always been pigs and dogs reared by it. It doesn't care about us at all. This is a heavenly Tao realm expert. To think that he would attack ants beneath the heavenly Tao like us. Why is there a need to do this? Roar, I can't accept this. At the same time, the hundreds of desolate supremacies and mighty figures from the primordial era who were slaves of the First Universe also had burning eyes as they roared incessantly, **T, the will of the heavenly Tao. He has already been bedeviled. Otherwise, as the mighty heavenly Tao, why would he kill and plunder the lives of those under him? It's useless. No matter how harsh the words are, they are only venting their anger. Against a heavenly Tao realm expert, our struggles are futile. Roar! If I don't die, I will definitely slay the heavens in the future. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased. On the imperishable star of the human faction in the three universes, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human faction in the technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivation faction in the sky absolute palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent, were all exclaiming in shock. It's here! This moment has finally come. Thinking back to the past really feels like a joke. Since when have we fallen to such an unbearable state? Even the memories in our heads are mocking ourselves. I regret it, I really regret it. It turns out that the way of the heavens of the primordial world that we follow has always regarded us as ants, as dogs, and not as humans. Rumble, boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as those roars and howls filled with endless unwillingness echoed, countless beings of the present age closed their eyes in the endless sea of battleships. Their bodies slowly collapsed, and the life aura in their bodies seemed to freeze. It was the might of the weeping soul blood apes' weeping soul. Their souls had been sealed, and they were no different from the living dead, not even comparable to walking corpses. These endless beings of the present age from the three main celestial planes had indeed been abandoned by the primeval Heaven's Eye, leaving them here as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. But then there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The imperishable 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, Temple of Glory, and the hundreds of desolate supremacies and the former slaves of the first universe. There were also the desolate supremacies and the desolate supremacies of the 9 great races from the second universe, the Blood Warm tribe, the Blue Rock tribe, the Battle Lion tribe, the Inji tribe, the Raging Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colored Python tribe, the Ravenous Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe. All of them were being pulled by an invisible force, charging out of the endless sea of battleships. Whoosh! There was a crisp sound of cloth tearing, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The imperishable 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the other colossal entities, along with the desolate supremacies and the various races of the 3 main celestial planes who had fallen into a deep sleep, all of them entered the crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They still had some value to be used. The primeval Heavens Eye had left some of the elites behind, so that they could be of use in the future. In the blink of an eye, the vast wild forbidden grounds had fallen completely into a dead silence. There was not a single trace of life in the abandoned planets, and not a single ancient desolate beast could be seen. In the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the starfield, although there were countless living beings of the present age, all of them were lying limp on the ground. Although there was a trace of life in them, it was as if their souls had been extinguished. There was not a single trace of life in them, and there was not even the slightest bit of feeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the goat horn immortal was once again taken into the Shenong treasure cauldron space within the cauldron by Yi Xian. Then, his figure rushed out of the star core. Without hesitation, he directly tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. According to his plan, his next destination was the wild forbidden grounds. He wanted to see if the primeval Heaven's Eye was there, and if his previous injuries had recovered. The road was tight, and after a full 7 days, Yi Xian quietly sneaked into the wild forbidden grounds. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. But he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His body was hidden, and all of his chi was restrained. Even the peak heavenly Tao who was of the same cultivation level as him would not be able to see any clues. However, after entering the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds, the scene that appeared in front of him instantly stunned Yi Xian on the spot. He almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. "Old man, it seems that you have been prepared. Perhaps this is another trap." While muttering softly, Yi Xian's divine sense swept across the entire wild forbidden grounds. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned around and rushed out of the Forbidden Grounds star domain. He had no intention of attacking the countless living beings in this sea of battleships. They had indeed been abandoned, but with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he also didn't care about them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the star domain of the wild forbidden grounds. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Whoosh! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly emerged from the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Chapter 51:17. In the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the void close to the right bank's boundary, the primordial universe's forbidden land was just 100 billion kilometers away. At that moment, the void was dead silent. There were no signs of activity, but in fact, there was an undercurrent. There were at least 30 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts lurking in the void that was parallel to the void's invisible ravine. These 30-plus heavenly Tao ferocious beasts all came from the top forbidden lands on the left bank's right bank. Among them were the 6 fellows that had come to the demonic insect forbidden land not long ago after Yi Xian left. They silently left after a probe with their perception. After Longjing and primeval heavens I were plotted against by Yi Xian and nearly perished under the primordial chaos heavenly punishment, they returned to the left bank and secretly spread the news. These 30-plus heavenly Tao realm experts had already contacted each other and secretly formed an alliance. Back then, this alliance still had Dragon Whale in it, so primeval heavens I did not join. Not long ago he was nearly plotted against by Yi Xian, so he had already formed a grudge with Dragon Whale. It was impossible for the two of them to appear in the same alliance at the same time. There was no way for them to coexist peacefully. The temporary right bank Heavenly Tao alliance also included the 5 Heavenly Tao realm zergs from the demonic insect forbidden land apart from the goat horn immortal. Now, be it Dragon Whale or the 5 Heavenly Tao realm zergs, they had all perished. And the existence that had killed them was the only target the alliance was searching for. It wanted to capture alive Magic Hall's lord, Yi Xian. Furthermore, ever since Dragon Whale perished, primeval heavens I had taken the initiative to seek out the Heavenly Tao alliance and requested to join it. After all, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although he wasn't considered one of the strongest in the alliance, he was still one of the top existences. Furthermore, Magic Hall's lord, Yi Xian, came from the primordial great world. Everyone believed that primeval heavens I knew him best. Furthermore, with Dragon Whale perishing, there was naturally no need to reject primeval heaven's eye. After entering this alliance, the great desolate Heavenly Tao's green eyes had indeed contributed. He made a suggestion, indicating that after the Demon Palace Master Yi Xian killed the Dragon Whale, with his usual style, he would definitely descend upon the great desolate forbidden area and take revenge. This matter was acknowledged by the other 30-odd heavenly law ferocious beasts in the alliance. Then, primeval heavens I took the initiative to suggest that they could use the Chaos Forbidden Land as bait to lure the master of the Magic Hall over. However, the battle could not take place in the Chaos Forbidden Land because his trusted subordinates had only temporarily left. After that, including the great desolate Heavenly Tao Green Eye, these 30-odd Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts laid in ambush in the void 100 billion kilometers away from the edge of the great desolate forbidden area. They escaped into the parallel void and quietly waited for the arrival of the Devil Hall's master, Yi Xian. When Yi Xian came, he directly tore through the void, so the more than 30 heavenly law ferocious beasts hiding in the void 100 billion miles away from the Forbidden Land did not sense him. However, as soon as he entered the Chaos Forbidden Land, primeval heavens I instantly knew of his arrival. He immediately sent a message secretly, informing the other heavenly law alliances to prepare. Once the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, walked out of the Chaos Forbidden Land, they would immediately move. Swish! It was also at this time that Yi Xian, who realized that something was wrong after entering the Chaos Forbidden Land, immediately retreated from the Forbidden Land star zone. His figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the edge of the Chaos Forbidden Land. Just as he was about to tear through the void and leave, the dark void in front of him suddenly changed. Swish! An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and a black and gold sun suddenly floated out of the void without any warning. It slowly rose up and illuminated the dark void. Hiss, swish. Ruthless. As the mysterious black and gold sun slowly rose, there was a large number of strange sounds coming from the void. There was the extremely crisp sound of ripping silk, as well as the extremely sharp sound of the void tearing apart. There were also large numbers of frenzied roars and ruthless howls. Instantly, the empty void that was dead silent a moment ago was filled with clamorous noises. Including the primeval heaven's eye, more than 30 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were hibernating in the parallel void appeared at that moment without exception. But the primeval heaven's eye came alone. The 8 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under him did not come. They were likely hibernating in the parallel void where he was in seclusion. After all, they were the last of the primeval heaven's eye's strength. They could not be easily lost. Now, there were more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences here. They were basically at the mid-stage or late-stage heavenly Tao realm. There was even a peak heavenly Tao realm perfected stage 9. Whether the 8 ferocious beast generals from the primeval desolate's forbidden ground came or not was of little significance. The only peak heavenly Tao beast in the alliance was the black gold sun that was slowly rising. It was emitting endless black gold light that enveloped 1 trillion kilometers of the void. It was in fact a 3-legged golden crow. 3-legged golden crows were a type of Khanate realm ferocious beast. They were of the fire attribute and were extremely powerful existences among Khanate realm ferocious beasts. This 3-legged golden crow came from the golden crow forbidden ground on the left bank of the galaxy. Not only was it a peak heavenly Tao at the perfected stage 9 realm, it was also one of the top existences among the many peak heavenly Tao on the left bank. It was no trifling matter. At the left bank of the Milky Way, not to mention the remnant star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era, there were dozens of existences whose cultivation had reached the peak of the great path of the heavens at the peak of the great path of the heavens. But this 3-legged golden crow's combat strength was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Bao including the golden crow forbidden ground that he oversaw, it was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds on the left bank. It should be known that the demonic insect forbidden ground was only ranked around 50th to 60th in the top 100 like the desolation forbidden ground. This was because the most powerful peak insect in the demonic insect forbidden ground had left countless years ago. As there had been no news of it, it did not enter the ranks of the top 100. Although this 3-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect that had left countless years ago, it had also entered the perfected stage 9 heavenly Tao realm long ago. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before that great world completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this 3-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in that great world. Right because of this, he was invited by more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao experts in the alliance to join them and fight against Yi Xian as a leading figure. Because Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames could only be resisted by him, who had devoured countless stars and had even turned his body into a scorching black gold sun. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval heaven's eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. The void in a radius of 500 billion kilometers instantly turned chaotic as a deep buzzing sound entered one's ears. At that moment, as more than 30 heavenly Tao experts, including primeval heaven's eye, appeared, the powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into formless heavenly Tao suppression that pressed down heavily. Within a radius of 500 billion kilometers, the vast void instantly fell into complete chaos. A deep buzzing sound sounded at a very fast frequency. It was truly shocking. Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom of a valley as his expression turned extremely gloomy. With more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts pushing their cultivation levels to their limits, it was enough to cause the void to fall into complete chaos. Not only was teleportation impossible, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system could no longer be activated. Back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground on the left bank's right bank, primeval heavens I had gathered hundreds of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, as well as more than 10 heavenly Tao realm existences. They had used such a method to trap Yi Xian. Finally, it was Yi Xian's might. With his lightning-fast means, he slew 3 heavenly Tao beasts in a short period of time. It shocked everyone, causing a large number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies to retreat in fear. As a result, the formless suppression in the void decreased in number. Finally, he managed to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system. After activating it, he successfully escaped. Back in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Ground, after Yi Xian killed the Dragon Whale, the 10 heavenly Tao beasts that were guarding the 9-colored fireball had the opportunity to reproduce the scene that happened in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. No, they did not know much about Yi Xian and had never interacted with him. Everything they heard was hearsay, and they did not have a deep understanding of him. Therefore, they did not guard against Yi Xian's mysterious divine power that allowed him to escape without leaving a trace. This resulted in them missing the opportunity, allowing Yi Xian to escape once again. However, the same situation was not likely to happen again today. On the one hand, the primeval heavens I had already appeared. He knew Yi Xian very well, and he even had the painful experience of the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian appeared, these 30-odd powerful heavenly Tao beasts immediately activated all the cultivation in their bodies. They turned into formless suppression and stacked layers of suppression, causing the void to fall into complete chaos. Moreover, the primeval heavens I must have explained the reason for doing so to the other heavenly Tao beasts that were allied with him. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they would definitely not activate all the power in their bodies and withdraw the formless suppression that was spreading out. Moreover, back in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground, including the primeval heavens there were only a total of 12 or 13 heavenly Tao beasts. Now, the number of beasts that appeared here had more than doubled, reaching a total of 33. Among them, there was even a 3-legged golden crow whose cultivation and strength were on par with Yi Xian's current peak, who had reached the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage heavenly Tao. This directly caused the void to fall into complete chaos after the formless suppression that was spreading out from their bodies overlapped, reaching an astonishing distance of 100 million miles. The situation was critical and serious, and compared to the time in the demonic wolf Forbidden Ground, it was several times more dangerous. To Yi Xian this time, he might really have to fight to the death to have a chance of breaking out. Whoosh! As he moved, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air, and a 9-colored ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's body. It expanded rapidly against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a vast and majestic sea of flames. The endless howling of the wind could be heard in the void, and in less than half a breath, this 9-colored sea of flames swept out and condensed into a huge 9-colored fireball. The diameter of the fireball was not very large, only less than 100 million miles. It protected Yi Xian's body, and he was temporarily safe. For example, today, although Yi Xian's peak battle strength had reached the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage heavenly Tao, he still did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This was especially so when the void was already in complete chaos under the terrifying suppression, and he could not activate the interstellar coordinates attached to the system in his body to leave. Since he could not leave, he had to ensure that he was safe. Otherwise, if he was not careful and was injured, the situation would become more and more dangerous when faced with the continuous attacks of the 33 powerful heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious cycle and finally fell into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. At this time, as Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 9-colored sea of flames, condensing it into a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 million miles to protect himself, the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the surrounding void immediately became restless. Except for a few of them, almost all of them had never seen Yi Xian before. Everything about him was just hearsay. Since it was hearsay, then they would naturally have reservations about certain things. It was rumored that Yi Xian had too many treasures, powerful abilities, and heaven-defying secret techniques. Under normal circumstances, It was hard to believe that all of these were concentrated in one person. But now, seeing the Shinong nine-colored flame with their own eyes, at least this matter was confirmed. Moreover, the Shinong nine-colored flame was closely related to the Shinong cauldron. Since the nine-colored flame was here, the rumor that the Shinong cauldron was in Yi Xian's hands could be confirmed. Just these 2 points were enough to move these greedy heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. Roar, Shinong nine-colored flame? In that case, the Shinong cauldron is indeed in your hands. As the commotion started, a domineering roar came from the huge black golden sun in the distance, followed by the voice of the divine sense. It was low and deep, and it revealed a wisp of invisible pressure that made one's heart palpitate. It seems that the rumors related to you in the outside world should not be too different from what they say. Shinong cauldron, the legendary nine-colored divine flame, and the supreme ability, the heaven-falling bow, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by a large realm and has no time limit, including the mysterious escape technique that allows him to escape without leaving a trace. Oh, right, it is said that you also have the Heavenly Dao Treasure Medicine, the innate 5 elements medicine catalyst, and even the primordial treasure medicine that is helpful for the primordial chaos Dao realm after the Heavenly Dao realm. It is said that you are already refining it. A series of low spiritual sense voices rang out from the great golden black sun hanging high in the dark night sky, and a commotion instantly broke out in the surrounding void. All of these actually appeared on you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you are really heaven-defying. At this point, the voice of the three-legged golden crow in the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this fireball formed by the nine-colored divine flame will not be able to protect you. At least, in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. After the last sentence was said, the three-legged golden crow let out an earth-shattering roar. From the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm rolled and roared. You're reading on Novelful, all of this has actually happened to you alone. I have to say, Bao Yuan, you really are heaven-defying. Unfortunately, just this ball of flames condensed from the nine-colored divine flames is probably unable to protect you. As he spoke, At this point, the voice of the three-legged golden crow in the black gold sun paused for a moment. Then it sounded again, and its tone suddenly turned harsh. At least, in front of me, it is absolutely ineffective. Screech. Rumble. Before the last sentence fell, the three-legged golden crow let out a shocking roar. From the great black golden wheel that hung high in the dark night sky, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames rolled over with a roar. It was simply too great. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. The scene in the void was simply shocking. A black flame tide with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black gold sun in the distance like a furious river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the nine-colored fireball that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Although the nine-colored flames of Shinong were stunning, the black flame river that poured out from the black gold sun was equally extraordinary. This was the world-destroying black flame. The black gold sun was the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in the great world. Then, they condensed into the world-destroying black flame, turning the three-legged golden crow's body into this black gold sun. Although the world-destroying black flame could not be compared to the nine-colored flames of Shinong in other aspects. For example, the nine-colored flames of Shinong could be used to refine supreme treasured medicines. However, the world-destroying black flame only had the power to destroy. It could not be used to refine treasured medicines and the like. However, it was precisely because its power was only limited to destruction that the flames could be used to destroy the world. Therefore, when used to attack, the world-destroying black flame of the black gold sun was definitely not weaker than the nine-colored flames of Shinong. In addition, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao of the great circle of the ninth stage. In fact, Its cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yi Xian. Therefore, now that he had activated the black gold great sun with all his might, the black river of flames that poured out like a raging river instantly destroyed the 9-colored ball of flames that enveloped Yi Xian's body. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh! In the next moment, the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flame collided with the 9-colored flames of Shenong that had condensed into a fireball. Although the power of the flames seemed to be equal, with neither side suppressing the other, the huge fireball was destroyed, and Yi Xian's figure was revealed. Void in the air, after the fireball collapsed, the 9-colored flames and the world-destroying black flames sputtered in all directions. The terrifying scene was simply terrifying. Such a scene caught Yi Xian off guard. The originally unfavorable situation instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Since he couldn't even count on the protection of the 9-colored fireball, the only choice left for him to escape this dangerous situation was to carve out a bloody path for himself. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. An incomparably cold voice immediately spread out through his divine sense, which could be heard clearly in the void within 1,000,000,000 miles. You want to fight? Then let's fight. This Lord will accompany you to the end. Walala. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, the figure of Bao Yuan disappeared, and the void where he originally stood was suddenly filled with the strange sound of splashing water. His figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless sense of blood. Roar! Screech! Almost at the same time, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and screeches. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. One was exactly the same as the previous Bao Yuan, but its size was larger, reaching 60 million miles. One had no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a cloud of black fog, and even a pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. It was the physical body of the demonic ape, as well as the skeletal body and the black fog body. Faced with the inevitable battle, Yi Xian did not hold back. He immediately condensed the 3 Blood Sea avatars. 3 The cultivation auras that emanated from the avatars were all at the perfected 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful peak Heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. It made the Heavenly Tao beasts that were gathered in the void gasp. Even the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion miles away emitted sounds of admiration. Clearly, it was tempted by Yi Xian's Blood Sea mystic technique. Roar! Screech! Screech! As their figures materialized, the 3 Blood Sea avatars immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. At that moment, Yi Xian activated the final form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine power, which was the demonic ape true body. The powers in the 3 Blood Sea avatars instantly surged, as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless murderous intent. Companion as a terrifying lifeblood force surged out of them, the 3 Blood Sea avatars gathered together, fusing their backs together. The 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true body appeared in the void. Without any hesitation, the skeleton's eyes emitted a scorching purple-gold beam as a deep buzzing sound resounded through the void. The mysterious aura was like a raging river as it emanated from his body. The skeleton avatar suddenly raised its left arm, and its empty left palm emitted a golden beam. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. It was none other than the supreme divine power that shook the primordial world, the heaven-falling bow. Chapter 51:18. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ape also flipped his hands, and with a faint sound of breaking through the air, 2 rays of light shot out. His left hand held one of the legs of the Shenong cauldron, and he carried it by his side like a huge seal. In his right hand, he dragged the Shenong medicinal pestle, which had transformed into a big black stick, and imperceptibly emitted a monstrous murderous aura. Until the black fog clone also made a move at the same time. Whoosh! Walala! With a thought, the 9-colored flame waves that sputtered in the surrounding void instantly came to life like a starry sky python, surging with extreme agility. In the blink of an eye, it had already gathered together again, but this time, it did not condense into a huge fireball, nor did it transform into a 9-colored sea of flames that spread out in the void. And it directly condensed to the extreme, turning into a huge 9-colored ribbon. After a few winding spirals, it had already wrapped around the body of the black fog clone in less than half a breath. The two ends of the ribbon poked out in front of the black fog clone's chest, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, ready to burst out at any time and devour everything. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just 2 short breaths. At this moment, Yi Xian showed the strongest form of his peak battle strength, ready to fight a bloody battle at any time and kill his way out of the encirclement. Whoosh! As Yi Xian displayed the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body, even the fallen sky bow, the Shenong cauldron, and the Shenong medicinal pestle transformed into the big black stick were also brought out. Including the 9-colored sea of flames that had previously turned into a 9-colored flame ball, it also condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that wound around the huge body of the black fog clone. In an instant, a large number of gasps came from the surrounding void, and there was an uproar. In among the 33 heavenly law fierce beasts gathered around, except for the primeval heaven's eye, no one had seen Yi Xian's strongest form with their own eyes. In fact, even in the primeval heaven's eye, although he had seen Yi Xian's 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true form in the Devil Wolf Forbidden Ground and the Chaos Forbidden Ground later on, Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as it was now. Even earlier, when Yi Xian first made contact with the primeval heaven's eye in the primordial chaos void, he had similarly revealed his demonic ape true body's strongest form. However, back then, Yi Xian was only at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. At that time, the primeval heaven's eye did not even take him seriously. If not for the appearance of the void tortoise and the primeval yaksha, Yi Xian would not have been able to escape. But now, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had grown to such a terrifying level. His cultivation level and strength had exceeded the primeval heaven's eye. Even he felt an inexplicable sense of awe when facing Yi Xian. He was secretly infuriated. The primeval heaven's eye, who was extremely familiar with Yi Xian, had such mixed feelings. It was obvious what the other heavenly law fierce beasts present who had never seen Yi Xian in his strongest form were thinking and feeling mixed emotions. Matter in fact, even the 3-legged golden crow, who had transformed into a black gold crystal and was hovering high in the dark night sky 100 billion kilometers away, was extremely excited. The rumors outside are indeed true. The Shenong treasure cauldron, the 9-colored divine flame, the supreme divine ability, the heaven-falling bow, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation level by a large realm and has no time limit. At this time, the deep voice of the divine sense once again sounded from the black gold sun hanging high in the dark night sky, revealing endless greed. Previously, this venerable one did not include the blood sea secret technique and the profound meaning of your demonic ape true body. All of these appeared on you alone. This is simply shocking. Coupled with the heaven-defying treasures that correspond to the various realms. Yi Xian, no wonder your cultivation speed is so monstrous. This is simply unheard of. It can be said to be terrifying. If all of these were gathered on this venerable one, this venerable one's cultivation speed would definitely be higher than yours. You are truly a genius. Unfortunately, that is all in the past. Even this primordial era will come to an end soon. Everything you have can naturally be taken away, and today. This clearly meant that it wanted to kill and seize the treasures. To say it so bluntly in front of so many heavenly Tao realm experts, one could see the arrogance of the 3-legged golden crow. The existence that was ranked 10th among the heavenly Tao realm beasts of the left bank did indeed have the confidence and qualifications to do so. Is that so? In that case, you wait first. A look of disdain flashed in its eyes. The ferocious ape glanced at the black gold sun hanging high in the dark sky. It did not show any signs of weakness and even taunted back. "This venerable one will first loosen up and warm up, then kill you." Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already activated the perfect mental energy secret technique. In an instant, the terrifying figure of the devil ape's true body, which was 60 million kilometers long, directly disappeared. Even the incomparably arrogant and berserk aura from before was instantly restrained. It was incomparably perfect, without the slightest bit of leakage. This was to be expected. Although Yi Xian was confident, he was now in a tight encirclement. At the same time, he was besieged by 33 powerful heavenly Tao beasts. Among them, there was even a three-legged golden crow that was slightly stronger than him. Under such circumstances, if he were to brazenly reveal himself and become a target for everyone to attack, he would truly be out of his mind. Since, with a spiritual power mystic technique like perfect oscillation, he could instantly hide his body and completely conceal his aura with his current cultivation. Even the three-legged golden crow that was slightly stronger than him could not see any clues. So why not use it? Roar! Screech! Damn it, where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that we let him escape again? That shouldn't be the case. The void has long fallen into complete chaos. Even if he possesses that kind of heaven-defying escape technique, he definitely won't be able to use it. Damn it, this guy's foundation has been underestimated. He actually possesses such a secret aura concealment technique. Even this body, whose cultivation is stronger than his, can't see any clues. Everyone, guard your surroundings. Don't let him escape. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure instantly disappeared and his aura disappeared, the 33 heavenly Tao beasts in the surrounding void immediately cried out in alarm. Immediately after, they immediately assigned tasks. Each of them was in charge of a section of the void, forming a huge encirclement and continuously investigating indiscriminately. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Yi Xian to slip away quietly. The surrounding void formed a blockade line, and the 33 heavenly Tao beasts were constantly attacking. He had only concealed his figure and concealed his aura, but he had not directly turned into nothingness. If he wanted to rush over, he would definitely be hit, and then his figure would be exposed. In fact, Yi Xian had no intention of using this method to slip away quietly. If he did not show himself, he would not vent his anger, and it was also not his style of doing things. In a short instant, he had already determined the first target to make a move against. Without hesitation, he silently approached in front of the target and suddenly made a move. Roar! As soon as he approached, the black fog clone suddenly opened its mouth and roared violently. It was not a simple spiritual power roar, but it used one of the two spiritual power mystic techniques that Yi Xian mastered, the destructive vortex. In the next moment, following the black fog clone's sudden roar, the purplish-black spiritual power source core that was suspended above the central domain of his sea of consciousness began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spiritual power contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled toward its first target. Boom! A loud sound suddenly filled the sky. This tiny purplish-black dot, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the spiritual power source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of his opponent, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. The boundless spiritual power source collided and surged with each other, instantly turning into a huge energy vortex that was frenzied and tyrannical, as if it would annihilate everything. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the skeleton clone that had put away the fallen sky Bao threw a punch, and the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand instantly swung up and smashed down. Yi Xian was all too familiar with concealing his figure and using his cudgel to stun his opponent. At this moment, when the cudgel smashed down, his mind was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, as if he was returning to his old profession. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly filled the sky. The tiny purplish-black dot, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the spiritual power source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of his opponent, it immediately exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the skeleton clone that had put away the fallen sky Bao threw a punch, and the big-headed black cudgel in Bao Yuan's hand instantly swung up and smashed down. Yi Xian was all too familiar with using his cudgel to stun his opponent. At this moment, when the cudgel smashed down, his mind was instantly filled with a sense of exhilaration, as if he was returning to his old profession. The corners of Bao Yuan's mouth curled into a sinister smile that made one's hair stand on end. Whoosh! Screech! Sensing the sudden impending danger, the heavenly law beast's body trembled violently. Instantly, its eyes turned bloodshot as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, a blood-red beam shot out from its mouth. Welcome! The storm expanded, transforming into a blood-colored crystal that blocked the vital part of its head. Unfortunately, it was unable to change anything. It was ultimately one step too slow and was destined to perish on the spot. Almost at the same instant the blood-colored crystal appeared, the black fog clone's psyche vortex rumbled over. Accompanied by an extremely crisp shattering sound, the blood-colored crystal that was floating above the heavenly law beast's head was instantly shattered as if it was nothing more than rotten wood. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. Bao Yuan's big-headed black cudgel smashed into his head, and the skeleton clone's punch landed on his spine at the same time. The ferocious beast was only at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The difference in cultivation level was too great, so there was no time for it to react. Boundless energy surged into its body. In half a breath, its entire body, which spanned tens of millions of kilometers, exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. Phew! At the same time, the black fog clone suddenly waved its hand. Immediately, an invisible force surged out. It transformed into a howling gale, and in the blink of an eye, the blood mist from the insect race heavenly law beast's body was swept over. After it was absorbed into its body, it was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, where it began. Blood essence condensation. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. It only took a breath of time. The surrounding heavenly law beasts were still vigilantly attacking the void around them, searching for traces of Yi Xian, but everything had already ended. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, one of the 33 heavenly law beasts that surrounded Yi Xian had already perished. Now there were only 32 left. And at that moment, the boundless lifeblood formed from the heavenly law beast's explosion was absorbed into the black fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. Only then did the surrounding heavenly law beasts jolt to their senses. All of them gasped as they shuddered. Instantly, shocking roars and howls resounded like a tidal wave. Roar! Darn it, what happened? What terrifying combat strength! It was just a strike, but it instantly finished off a mid-stage heavenly law. This is clearly an instant kill. 3 peak heavenly Tao at the perfected 9th stage realm. Although their cultivation levels have yet to enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, they can definitely stand above most peak heavenly Tao. Instantly killing a mid-stage heavenly Tao is only natural. The crux of the matter is that his aura concealment mystic art is too heaven-defying. Not only is his figure concealed, even his aura is completely concealed. Even heavenly Tao realm existences can't see anything amiss. This is truly too passive. The situation isn't looking good. From the looks of it, it's equivalent to us being in the open while he is in the dark. Now, there are still quite a number of us, so we can form a complete blockade in the surrounding void. If he were to kill a few more, we can't let him continue. We have to think of a solution. Otherwise, we will definitely be defeated by him one by one. This is truly too stifling. We have the ability to suppress him, but we have nowhere to exert our strength. We can't find the target at all. Roar! Screech! Roar! Impossible. When it came to depressing matters, half of the 32 heavenly law beasts raised their heads and roared in indignation. They didn't hide their anger at all. It could be said that their anger reached the heavens. You can't take it anymore? This is only the beginning. Today, everyone who has come will pay the price for this. Following that, he said. As the roars and screeches sounded, Yi Xian's three fiend forms emitted a ferocious glint. As they looked into the distance, they transmitted their voices with their spiritual senses. Suddenly, he swept his gaze and fixed it on the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away. He sneered and said, "Old bastard, don't be in a hurry. I said that I'll first warm up my muscles and bones. Later, I'll slay you." Roar. After the last sentence was spoken, the violent ape, the skeleton, and the black fog raised their heads and roared furiously at the same time. The three shocking roars merged into one, and the violent and untamed aura that was imperceptibly suffused out was shocking to the ears. Even the space was slightly trembling. At that moment, Yi Xian was like the birth of a true fiend celestial. He reigned supreme in the sky as the 32 heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the void looked askance at him. Their hearts trembled slightly. Everyone present was a heavenly Tao realm existence, so they naturally understood how terrifying a heavenly Tao realm expert was. Even the three-legged golden crow that had transformed into the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away was astounded by Yi Xian's seething fighting spirit. Man, he asked himself, if he were to be in such a dangerous situation and be besieged by 33 heavenly Tao realm beasts at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be as calm and composed as Yi Xian. He didn't even show any signs of fear or trepidation. All that was left was a torrential fighting spirit that surged through the void. Such a stance and peerlessly domineering aura do not let down your reputation as the magic hall's master. As he sighed, the black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away once again emitted an extremely deep voice through divine perception. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow within the black sun seemed to have acknowledged Yi Xian and placed him on an equal footing with itself. In its evaluation, it wasn't stingy with its praise. Only when he spoke halfway, his voice suddenly turned stern, and it revealed boundless ghastly coldness. Unfortunately, the more it's like this, the less chance you have of surviving today. Since you possess such an extraordinary natural talent, if you're allowed to continue growing in the future, it'll definitely be difficult to suppress you. Everyone, the grudge has already been formed. Either he dies, or he comes knocking on our door in the future and kills us one by one. There's no need for me to say more about the choice, right? As expected of an old fox that had lived for countless years, this three-legged golden crow had clearly sensed the supreme demonic might that Yi Xian had used to instantly kill a heavenly Tao ferocious beast, causing the surrounding heavenly Tao ferocious beasts to feel a slight ripple in their hearts. That was why he suddenly warned them to prevent any accidents from happening. It was like a wake-up call. In an instant, it caused the trace of hesitation that had just appeared in the eyes of these ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao to disappear without a trace. The supreme demonic might that Yi Xian had used to instantly kill a heavenly Tao ferocious beast had caused a slight ripple in the hearts of the surrounding heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. The three-legged golden crow, who had transformed into a black gold sun that hung high in the sky 100 billion kilometers away, had clearly sensed this and immediately warned them. His words were like a wake-up call, instantly causing the trace of hesitation that had just appeared in the eyes of these heavenly Tao ferocious beasts to disappear without a trace. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. It glanced coldly at the black gold sun, and the killing intent that surged in its heart suddenly became stronger. Hum! An incomparably low and weak buzzing sound rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian once again activated the mental power in his body and activated the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique. The moment he attacked and killed that fourth-stage heavenly Tao ferocious beast, his figure appeared, and the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique instantly lost its effect. However, he could activate it again at any time. It was just a matter of thought. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared again, and his aura was completely concealed. He quietly moved toward his second target. In the void, there was once again an uproar. Among the remaining 32 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, nearly half of them were muttering softly, revealing endless resentment and grievance. Damn it, this move again? Isn't this violent ape too shameless? I've long expected this. Back when he was on the right bank of the Milky Way, this violent ape was best at sneak attacks and plotting. His reputation could be said to be in shambles. If not for that, how could he have grown to this day? Everyone be careful, but don't let your guard down. You must take action at all times in your respective areas to find out his location. Shameless fellow, after we suppress him, this venerable one will definitely extract his soul and refine it. It's simply too sullen, roar. Screech. As these soft cries filled with resentment sounded, Yi Xian, who had already restrained his figure and aura, quietly touched the side of his second target in a short period of time. He felt like he was hiding in the dark and knocking people out. It could be said that he was more and more like a fish in water. Boom! Rumble. This time, Yi Xian was even closer. He was only about 1,000,000 kilometers away from his target. He suddenly moved. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape once again swung the big-headed black stick. As for the Black Mist clone, this time, it did not use any mental energy to attack. Instead, like the skeleton clone, it also punched out. In an instant, Yi Xian's figure appeared, but the attack of the 3 demon bodies had already reached the top of the 4th-grade Heavenly Dao Beast's head. Without any suspense, with an earth-shattering boom, its incomparably huge body instantly exploded. In less than an instant, it had already turned into a majestic mist of blood that spread out. With a wave of his hand, the Black Mist clone absorbed it into his body and sent it into the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it ended even faster than the last time. Moreover, the group of Heavenly Dao beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void had yet to recover from their shock. This was because the target Yi Xian had chosen this time was close to the right side of the first guy to be killed. After killing the first target, he, who had hidden himself, did not go far. He directly chose the closest spot to the right and killed the second Heavenly Dao beast in the blink of an eye. This scene happened too quickly, and the surrounding Heavenly Dao beasts were all caught off guard. Previously, when Yi Xian's figure disappeared, everyone subconsciously thought that he would definitely rush to another location and secretly attack again. Therefore, the 2 fellows on the left and right of the Heavenly Dao beast that was killed first were the most relaxed. They did not have the slightest bit of vigilance in their hearts. No matter what, they did not expect Yi Xian to act so unconventionally. Unfortunately, it was too late to say all of that now. In just an instant, the second ferocious beast had been annihilated, and the number of ferocious beasts that had gathered here had increased from 33 to 31 in the blink of an eye. This caused the hearts of everyone to sink. Buzz, there was some hesitation. Just as the Black Mist clone waved his hand and absorbed the majestic qi and blood formed by the second target's body into his body, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect oscillation mental energy mystic technique again. As his figure disappeared, the nearby Heavenly Dao beasts immediately emitted a dark light in their eyes, and their vigilance was raised to the extreme. First, previously, Yi Xian had already acted unconventionally. This time, everyone would definitely think that he did not dare to continue. After concealing himself, it was impossible for him to stay nearby and attack again. He would definitely go to another location far away. Chapter 51:19. However, the more it was like this, the more likely it was that this fellow would use this move again. It could be said that it was a counterattack. Therefore, they did not dare to relax in the slightest, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the second Heavenly Law Beast. Matter in reality, it wasn't just the few Heavenly Law Beasts nearby who thought this way. Almost all the other ferocious beasts on the other side of the encirclement had the same thought. Although they were also testing the air around them, they diverted a portion of their attention to the area where Yi Xian had attacked twice in a row. Buddha was certain that Yi Xian would definitely use the same trick again and launch a sneak attack in that area again. Number after a breath, on the left side of the encirclement. The third target that Yi Xian had locked onto was here. Now that he had concealed his body and restrained his aura, in just a few breaths of time, he had already silently arrived here. The third target's cultivation was slightly stronger, but he was only at the middle stage of the fifth step. For Yi Xian, who was already at the peak of the 9th step, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure when he suddenly attacked and instantly killed him. Huff, boom, rumble. This time, the Black Fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. They expanded in the wind and turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the 5th stage heavenly law beast. Screech. Under the shock and fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size immediately let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. Same as at this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black rod and the skeleton clone's giant purple-gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! There was suspense. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ruthless howl in the fireball instantly stopped. This 5th stage heavenly law beast could not withstand it, and its incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could completely spread out, it had already been absorbed into the Black Fog clone's body with a wave of its hand. Next, with a thought, the 9-colored fireball in front of him collapsed and condensed into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. It shot over with incomparable agility and wrapped around his body. After doing all of this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he quickly swept his gaze across the group of heavenly beasts in the distance. The formless might that he emitted could be said to be looking down on the void. After he finished absorbing the boundless vital energy and blood formed from the explosion of the 3rd target's body, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he swiftly swept his gaze past the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance, and the might he imperceptibly emitted could be said to look down upon the group of heavenly law beasts in the distance. At this moment, the hearts and minds of the 30 heavenly law beasts in the surroundings shook violently once more. Everything that happened earlier was too sudden, and it could be said that unforeseen events occurred successively. They utterly didn't have the time to react before 3 of the heavenly law beasts that came together had already been killed, and it was almost 10% of them. The monstrous and ferocious level of this ferocious ape was simply infuriating. After a short moment of silence, the group of heavenly law beasts roared fiercely once more, and the voice of their divine sense resounded out successively. All of them revealed boundless rage that surged into the heavens. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that the final outcome would be us being annihilated one by one. It's simply unimaginable. This ferocious ape's cultivation is too formidable, yet it just so happens that he possesses such a heaven-defying aura concealment technique. Once he approaches us without making a sound and makes a sudden move, it's practically an instant annihilation. Before the others could rush over to assist us, he would have already ended everything and concealed himself once more before fleeing. Moreover, he's obviously choosing existences with comparatively weaker cultivations to make a move against. He's going from weak to strong, and he's annihilating us one by one. If this continues, then he'll annihilate over 10 more fellow Taoists before the seal on space will be instantly removed. At that time, he'll be able to leave at any moment. Roar! This is absolutely not allowed. Fellow Taoists, do you have any ability to break through his aura concealment technique? Exactly, now isn't the time to conceal anything. Otherwise, even if we're not annihilated by him, once the ferocious ape flees in the end, then with his style of doing things, he'll surely come looking for us one by one. No one can dream of having an easy time. Roar! Along with the furious roars of the ferocious beasts and the voices of their divine senses, Yi Xian instantly activated the perfect vibration of his spiritual power secret technique once more after everything was over. In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. His figure immediately disappeared, and his aura was completely concealed. Just like before, there was not a single trace of him to be found. At the sight of this, the eyes of the 30 ferocious beasts immediately glowed with a dark light. Their vigilance was raised to the maximum. No one knew if they would be the next target targeted by the ferocious ape. This was especially so for those middle-stage heavenly Tao whose cultivation was relatively weaker. It was as if they were conditioned reflexes, and their scalps were somewhat numb. This ferocious ape strategy was clearly to start from the weak and kill them one by one through sneak attacks. Their cultivation was only at the middle stage of the heavenly Tao, so naturally, they were in greater danger. Furthermore, once this kind of danger really descended upon them, the consequences would be so severe that they absolutely could not bear it. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was currently in the strongest form of his three-headed, six-armed demonic true body. It was equivalent to 3 great perfection 9th stage peak heavenly Tao experts joining forces. Under a full-powered attack, even a late-stage 7th stage heavenly Tao expert might very well die on the spot. Furthermore, the possibility was not small, so there was no need to mention those middle-stage 4th to 6th stage heavenly Tao experts. They would definitely be killed on the spot. There was no suspense at all. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, all the middle-stage heavenly Tao experts present instantly trembled slightly. In the depths of their eyes, an imperceptible light of hesitation burst forth. For example, today, there were 30 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void. Among them, there were 13 middle-stage heavenly Tao experts, which was close to half of them. Also, in other words, the probability of this kind of life and death crisis descending upon them was 1 in 13. Furthermore, even if it did not descend upon them this time, the probability of it happening the next time would be even higher, reaching 1 in 12. If this continued, the degree of danger would become more serious. 1 in 10, 1 in 9. In short, based on the current situation, the violent ape was clearly going from weak to strong. This was simply F** King Bullsh** T. They were clearly weaker in terms of cultivation, but they were chosen to take the brunt of the lightning. No one would be happy about such a matter. After all, they were using their lives to take the brunt of the lightning, and in the end, they would end up dying. As for the final spoils of war, they would be divided up by those late-stage heavenly Tao experts with stronger cultivation. It was simply meaningless. Furthermore, this was definitely not alarmist talk, nor was it an exaggeration. Weren't there already 3 unlucky fellows before them as examples? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 13 middle-stage 4th to 6th stage heavenly Tao instantly hesitated. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared once again, a few of them even retreated slightly out of reflex. The commotion had already started, and it could erupt at any time. Once it appeared, these 13 middle-stage heavenly Tao would definitely not stay any longer. They would turn around and leave without hesitation, screech, "Fellow Taoists, please do not panic." Upon seeing this scene, the primeval heavens, I immediately panicked. Although there were many heavenly Tao experts present, he was the one who had the deepest enmity with Yi Xian. If this lineup was unable to keep Yi Xian here and suppress him, then there would basically be no chance to suppress him in the future. At that time, once revenge came, he would be the first to bear the brunt. The entire Chaos Forbidden Grounds would only exist in name. This kind of consequence was definitely not something he could bear. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, in the face of such a situation, the primeval heavens, I could only helplessly make a choice. Here at this moment, as he spoke, the gazes of the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts instantly converged on him. Now it was too late for regrets. He could only steel his heart and make a decision in an instant. Whoosh! In an instant, as a dark light flashed in the huge green vertical eye that was like a star, a blood-colored light immediately shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into a single-horned blood ape. Its body was only about 1,000,000 kilometers long. It did not look eye-catching, but the aura that emanated from its body was eye-catching. Not only had it also reached the heavenly Tao realm, but it also exuded an extremely strange feeling. This blood ape was the favorite general of the heavenly Tao's green eye, the weeping soul blood ape. Previously, it was by the side of the mysterious home planet's guest, Xingbo. Later on, it had been by the side of the heavenly Tao's green eye. Because of the extraordinary power of the weeping soul mystic technique in its bloodline, the heavenly Tao's green eye thought highly of it. Such as today, it was clear that there was no other choice but to take the risk of summoning it, who was only at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It wanted to use the Weeping Soul mystic technique in its bloodline to break Yi Xian's heaven-defying breath concealment technique. Screech. In an instant as its figure appeared, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. The sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent. In an instant, it made Yi Xian, who had just rushed towards his fourth target, feel a jolt in his heart. As his mental strength fluctuated slightly, his originally perfectly concealed figure and aura were instantly exposed. Screech. In an instant as its figure appeared, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape did not hesitate at all. It immediately raised its head and let out an extremely shrill howl. Its sound was mysterious and continued without end. It revealed a mournful and soul-destroying intent in its mellow voice. In the distance, Yi Xian, who'd used a secret technique to perfectly conceal his figure and restrain his aura, instantly felt his heart tremble. Caught off guard, his mental strength slightly fluctuated, and his originally perfectly concealed aura leaked out, causing his figure to appear. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. It caught the heavenly Tao beasts gathered in the distant void off guard. After being stunned, they were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They subconsciously let out a wild roar. Roar! It's broken! His aura concealment mystic technique has finally been broken. Everything has its vanquisher. There is nothing absolute in this world. Fellow Taoist Qing Yan will remember this great merit. The power of this blood ape's weeping soul is truly extraordinary. This is good. Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry about being ambushed. You can relax. We still have 30 heavenly Tao beasts gathered here. As long as the blood ape's figure appears, he will definitely be exhausted. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Screech, roar. As the voice of the divine sense continued to ring out, the eyes of the 13 mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts, who had originally wanted to retreat, immediately became firm again. Some of them even raised their heads and roared endlessly in excitement. They felt as if they had been sullen for a long time and were finally able to release it today. Thinking about it, it made sense. From the moment they suddenly moved and caused the void within 1 trillion kilometers to be completely chaotic, trapping Yi Xian in the encirclement until now, the group of heavenly Tao beasts did not even have the time to attack before Yi Xian killed 3 heavenly Tao beasts in succession. This, under the addition of this kind of valiant battle record, it turned into an invisible pressure, causing everyone's hearts to feel heavy, as if they were shrouded in a haze. But now, Yi Xian's aura concealment secret technique had been broken. It was as if the haze that shrouded their hearts had instantly dispersed. After being suppressed for a long time, it would be strange if their emotions did not fluctuate. In such a short period of time, 3 heavenly Tao beasts from the same camp have died, yet they are still so happy and excited. There is really no one else who can do such a thing. At this moment, as his figure appeared, Yi Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. The blood ape curled its lips and let out a mocking divine sense. Then, a cold light flashed in its eyes. The 3 demon bodies turned around at the same time, and their gazes converged on the weeping soul blood ape that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Not only was Yi Xian not unfamiliar with this weeping soul blood ape, it could even be said that he was extremely familiar with it. Furthermore, Yi Xian had always been wary of him, because he felt that this old fellow was extremely shrewd and sinister. He was probably only below Xingbo and the primeval heavens back then. When Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of the heaven-falling Bao, he had seen this weeping soul blood ape in the inheritance scene of this supreme ability. This fellow was mysterious and strange. In that incomparable battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly Tao's eye. Yi Xian had seen it in the inheritance scene of the heaven-falling Bao. It was hibernating in a dark corner of an abandoned planet, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There was definitely a conspiracy. Until now, Yi Xian had not seen through everything, but at least he knew that this weeping soul blood ape had followed the mysterious Xingbo from the home planet, and then followed the primeval heaven's eye. Most over the past few years, as Yi Xian's cultivation base and strength had soared, he had gradually started to confront the primeval heaven's eye head-on. He had seen this weeping soul blood ape a couple of times, but he had never found an opportunity to make a move. He had only glanced at it briefly. He had never expected that this fellow would actually appear at this time and use the weeping soul secret technique in its bloodline right away. The mind power secret technique, which had made him feel uneasy and had perfectly shaken, had been broken in an instant. Hence, Yi Xian had always wanted to kill this weeping soul blood ape. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Brain as all this flashed through his mind, he immediately took action. A dim light flashed through the eyes of the black fog clone, and the mind source core suspended above his sea of consciousness immediately started to revolve frantically. Clang. When the level 8 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had transformed and evolved into a level 9 source core, he had also obtained a new type of mind power mystic ability. It was an offensive mystic ability that used mind power called the mind black hole. Just by hearing the name of this mystic ability, one could roughly analyze its might, so it was obviously extraordinary. This mystic ability was also supported by the level 9 mind power contained in the level 9 source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Once it was unleashed, it could form a terrifying black hole in the void of the universe outside its body. Way compared to the destructive vortex and other mind power mystic techniques Yi Xian had previously grasped, this mystic ability was much more powerful. However, because of this, the mind black hole also consumed a lot of mind power. When Yi Xian had first obtained this mystic ability, the total amount of mind power contained in the level 9 source core in his sea of consciousness had only been enough for him to fully unleash it once. After unleashing it this time, he would fall into a predicament where his mind power would be exhausted. He would be in a weak state, would have a splitting headache, and would lose more than half of his combat strength due to his poor state. However, this was all in the past. Now, Yi Xian was already a peak level 9 Sky Great Path Martialist. After undergoing numerous transformations, the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness had already grown to an unimaginable level. However, even so, if he unleashed the mind black hole, more than 60% of the accumulated mind power in the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness would be drained in an instant. Although it wouldn't affect his combat strength, a large amount of mind power would be depleted in an instant, so the speed of recovery wouldn't be fast. It would take time. Therefore, once the mind black hole was unleashed, although Yi Xian could still use all sorts of mind power mystic techniques and mystic abilities for a short period of time, he definitely wouldn't be able to squander them as freely as before. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could successfully kill the weeping soul blood ape by paying such a price, everything would be worth it. Since that was the case, there was no reason to hesitate. Swish. Buzz, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Before the group of sky beasts in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the weeping soul blood ape that was raising its head and crying out loud. In the next moment, a low buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black fog clone, and it opened its mouth to roar, screech. Screech! The sharp screech seemed to want to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense scales appeared in the void, and a formless mind power roared out like a raging river. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, Yi Xian pushed the power in his body to the limit. His entire body shot out like a meteor arrow, traversing hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was only hundreds of millions of miles away from the weeping soul blood ape that was raising its head and crying out loud. Buzz. Screech. At this moment, a low buzzing sound rang out in the void. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the black fog clone, and it opened its mouth to let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed to pierce through one's eardrums. Scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the void, and a formless spiritual power roared out like a raging river. It was formless and formless, but its power was extremely terrifying. As it surged out, the void instantly collapsed and spread all the way to the extreme. In less than half a breath, The continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter. It locked onto the blood aura of the weeping soul blood ape and swept towards him. Roar! Seeing this scene, the huge green vertical eye that was like a star suddenly burst out with a sharp light, and it let out a shocking roar. Yi Xian, you dare! Swish! Following this furious roar, the primeval heavens eye made his move. The weeping soul blood ape was a general that he valued the most, and could not be replaced, so he definitely could not sit by and watch the blood ape be killed by Yi Xian. An incomparably huge pillar of green light shot out from the star-like green vertical eye. This was the full strength of a level 8 heavenly Tao expert. He had used some kind of bloodline secret technique, and his power was incomparably strong. However, the aura of the green light was very strange. Screech! As danger approached, even though the weeping soul blood ape was still raising its head and howling fiercely, its cries clearly revealed a wisp of panic. It had the feeling as if its vital energy had been completely locked onto, causing it to be unable to move its body, and it could only watch helplessly as this enormous spiritual black hole descended towards it. Rumble! The speed was too fast. The huge pillar of green light that shot out from the primeval heavens eye collided with the mental black hole in the blink of an eye. Shock and earth-shaking explosion rang out, and even the shockwave that spread out was incomparably terrifying. Under the full impact, the weeping soul blood ape, who was too close, was instantly affected, and its entire huge body cracked open, just a hair's breadth away from exploding. Even the weeping soul demonic sound that had been going on in its mouth came to a sudden stop. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over the sky. It was clear that he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. This fellow was considered lucky. With the help of the primordial heavenly Tao eye, he managed to escape the calamity. However, looking at his injuries, it was probably impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Swish! At this moment, an invisible force wrapped around the weeping soul blood ape's body, protecting it at the same time. At the same time, it also pulled fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the weeping soul blood ape turned into a ray of blood light and shot out, rushing into the huge vertical eye that was like a star and disappearing. Roar! The roar sounded again, revealing an endless amount of anger, as well as a trace of unwillingness and resentment that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Following that, with a furious roar, a crack appeared at the bottom corner of the green-eyed vertical eye that was as large as a star. The vertical eye was entirely green-colored, but this crack was blood-colored. Even though it wasn't large, it was extremely eye-catching and could be seen clearly. Obviously, although the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao had successfully rescued the weeping soul blood ape that was on the verge of death, it had also suffered light injuries. Yi Xian's mental black hole was not so simple. This attack was originally aimed at the weeping soul blood ape, but the primeval heavens eye had interfered. Although he was a level 8 heavenly Tao, and the green pillar of light that shot out belonged to some kind of bloodline ability of his. However, under the forceful interference, although the mental black hole collapsed after colliding with the green pillar of light, the primeval heavens eye had also suffered a bit of backlash as a result. It was natural for him to suffer light injuries. This injury was actually not serious. Although it was not insignificant, it was definitely not to the extent that it would affect his combat strength and state. However, to the primeval heaven's eye, it was still somewhat unbearable. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, completely venting the endless anger in his heart. As the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of the Eldritch world, he had not suffered any similar injuries except for the incomparable battle that had collapsed the entire Eldritch world countless years ago. That is, even when the Eldritch world was completely destroyed and completely swallowed by the endless turbulent void, he was forced to bring the endless Eldritch world of the Eldritch world into this higher-level primordial void. The primeval heavens eye had never been injured before. Of course, the heavy injuries that he had suffered from the heavenly punishment of the primordial void in the vast and endless dark area in front of the right bank with the dragon whale did not count. That was the heavenly punishment of the primordial void, a special existence. However, all of this had happened at this moment. Moreover, The existence that had injured him in front of everyone was actually a junior from the primeval world that he ruled. An existence that he had not even looked at directly not long ago. The contrast was so great that even he could not accept it for a while. Nice to look at, but useless. Just one strike and he's already on the verge of death. What a piece of trash. At this moment, 200 billion miles away from the right side of the great black gold sun hanging high in the sky, the three-legged golden crow's low voice suddenly sounded, revealing a strong sense of depression. Rumble, whoosh, before the voice of the great black gold sun's voice faded away, an incomparably dull rumble of thunder suddenly came from that direction. The black flames on the surface of the great black gold sun surged and turned into a three-legged golden crow with a body size of 100 million miles in the blink of an eye. With a flap of its wings, it shot toward Yi Xian. Its speed was too fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had swept across hundreds of billion miles of void. In 2 more breaths, it would be right in front of Yi Xian. Buzz? Seeing this scene, the corner of the mouth of the Bao Yuan outlined a cold smile, and the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out blazing purple-gold light. In an instant, an incomparably low buzzing sound resounded through the void, and a mysterious aura spread out from the body of the skeleton doppelganger like a raging river. He suddenly raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. It was the heaven-falling bow that was famous in the Eldritch world. Now, the golden bow in the left hand of the skeleton doppelganger was simple and ferocious, and the middle part of the bow was a 2-headed strange beast, which was facing up and down, biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. The 2 humanoid creatures opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths. At this moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the 3-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech! I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the 3-legged golden crow's body suddenly trembled, and then came to an abrupt stop. It raised its head and let out an incomparably sullen roar. Facing the 3-legged golden crow, the skeleton doppelganger did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the heaven-falling bow. The next moment, as the body of the bow appeared, a golden energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring, pointing directly at the 3-legged golden crow, and an invisible aura completely locked onto it. Screech! I'm suffocating to death. Facing the heaven-falling bow, the 3-legged golden crow could not help but be afraid. Its body suddenly trembled, and then came to an abrupt stop halfway, raising its head and letting out an incomparably sullen roar. From the moment they suddenly moved, forming a circle to trap Yi Xian, although only a short time had passed. In fact, the 3-legged golden crow had already wanted to attack several times. The reason why he had been suppressing his impulse was that he was extremely afraid of the heaven-falling bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger. The power of this kind of supreme magical power was too shocking. Although he was already a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, if he was hit by the golden arrow of the heaven-falling bow head-on, the result would be the same, and he would definitely die. But Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength were only slightly weaker than him, so the power of a heaven-defying mystic technique like the heaven-falling bow with such a cultivation level was simply shocking. I have to say, the heaven-falling bow is indeed extremely stunning, especially now that it has appeared in the hands of an existence with a cultivation level similar to mine. The threat it poses is so great that I can't not be afraid. Screech! After the whistle, the 3-legged golden crow's eyes flashed with a golden light, and an extremely deep voice was instantly transmitted out. But if you want to force me to hold back with just this, you're ultimately thinking too much. Although the heaven-falling bow is extremely powerful and terrifying, it's also because of this that this arrow will take away most of the energy in your body. Even if it doesn't affect the other 2 demonic bodies, this skeleton demonic body will definitely not be able to use the same attack again. even if it doesn't lose all its combat strength in a short period of time. In other words, your heaven-falling bow only has the strength for one attack in a short period of time. But now, there are more than 30 heavenly Tao realm existences gathered here. At this point, the three-legged golden crow's eyes flickered again, revealing a smug look. I only need to send a fellow Taoist to consume the heaven-falling arrow in your hand, and the final result of today's battle will no longer be suspenseful. This was indeed the best way to deal with it. Although there were many heavenly Tao ferocious beasts gathered around Yi Xian, the three-legged golden crow was the only one who truly had the ability to fight head-on with Yi Xian and restrain him. But, due to the deterrence of the heaven-falling bow in the skeleton's hand, the three-legged golden crow could not get close to Yi Xian to engage in close combat and restrain him. If this continued, the situation would be extremely passive. 30 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts surrounded Yi Xian alone, but they could only maintain a distance and wait for an opportunity to strike, unable to launch an all-out attack. Such a siege was simply meaningless. But the only way to resolve this passive situation was to consume the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. And this matter indeed could not be done by the three-legged golden crow. Otherwise, once he was injured, although there were many remaining 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, none of them could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. The situation would instantly deteriorate. Everyone was well aware of this matter, but they did not point it out. Now that the three-legged golden crow said it in public, although it was a fact, when it fell into the ears of the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, it made their bodies tremble at the same time, and their expressions immediately became a little strange. Heaven-falling arrow. The heaven-falling bow was known as the most powerful magical ability, and its power was already heaven-defying. Now that it appeared in the hands of a peak heavenly Tao ferocious beast of the 9th stage, even the three-legged golden crow, who had stepped into the peak of the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts for many years and ranked 10th among the countless starry sky ferocious beasts in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, was afraid and did not dare to be careless. Then, if it were them, whose cultivation and strength were far inferior to the three-legged golden crow, were hit by this arrow, the final result was obvious. Then, it was clearly the rhythm of courting death. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Therefore, although the three-legged golden crow's words were reasonable, in fact, it was not realistic at all. This was not only a matter of personal interests, but also a matter of life and death. If they really gritted their teeth and resisted, they were simply tired of living, and it was no different from courting death. Because of this, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts gathered in the surrounding void not only trembled slightly, but all of them had strange expressions on their faces. No one responded to this suggestion at all. The three-legged golden crow had obviously expected such a situation, but since he said such words in public, it was obviously not without reason. He had his own calculations and confidence. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the silence that appeared in the surrounding void at all. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at all the 29 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts around him. In the end, his eyes focused, and his gaze fell on one of them, and he did not look away. Fellow Taoist golden crow, feeling the burning gaze of the three-legged golden crow locked onto him, this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body trembled violently, and his expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the three-legged golden crow as a conditioned reflex, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but he hesitated. This was a blood-horned rhinoceros. Its body was 50 million miles long, and its entire body was silver-white. However, there was a blood horn on its head, like a giant pillar that supported the sky, giving people a shocking feeling. As for the cultivation aura that emanated from its body, it had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, just like the primeval heaven's eye. However, its aura was not very stable. If there were no accidents, it should have just broken through not long ago and successfully stepped into the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The three-legged golden crow's intention was very clear. He clearly wanted this blood-horned rhinoceros with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm to attack Yi Xian and exhaust the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton's hand. With his late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level of the 8th level, If he did not care about the price and used his strongest bloodline divine ability as if he was risking his life, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Looking at his hesitant look, it was clear that the three-legged golden crow had something on him. If the latter insisted on it, he would most likely not be able to refuse. Fellow Taoist blood-horned rhinoceros, I once saved your life, and you once made a promise. In addition, 100 years ago, you successfully broke through and stepped into the 8th level. It was also because of my help. However, seeing that this blood-horned rhinoceros seemed unwilling, a cold light flashed in the three-legged golden crow's eyes, and an extremely deep voice of divine sense was transmitted again. But these words came to an abrupt end halfway through, but the meaning was very clear. Since he owed the three-legged golden crow a life, even if he was unwilling, he could only act according to the plan. This was clearly forcing him to do something beyond his ability. If he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would despise him and even add insult to injury. The result would still be death, and he would have a bad reputation. His reputation would include the forbidden land behind him, as well as the subordinates and bloodline descendants he left behind there. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow and be dealt with one by one. Chapter 51:20. Following the three-legged golden crow's words, the blood-horned rhinoceros's body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes flashed with a thick sense of despair. He knew that today's calamity of death was unavoidable. The three-legged golden crow had already made it clear. Even if he was being forced to die, he was in the right. Faced in such a situation, if he refused, even if the three-legged golden crow attacked him, the surrounding heavenly Tao beasts would not care. Instead, they would look down on him and even hit him when he was down. In that case, his final outcome would still be death, and he would also have a bad reputation. His reputation would affect the forbidden land behind him, as well as his subordinates and bloodline descendants. When he returned, he would definitely be found by the three-legged golden crow and be dealt with one by one. Choosing the lesser of two evils. Since his death was inevitable, the blood-horned rhinoceros naturally knew how to choose. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was incomparably mournful, revealing endless indignation and resentment. Boom! Rumble. Before the ruthless howl could fade away, his huge body, which was 50 million kilometers long, had already shot forward. The cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm in his body was pushed to the limit, transforming into an extremely bright ray of light that passed through the lightning and collided with the distant demon hall master, Yixian. Halfway through, the ferocious blood horn on his head that was like a pillar that supported the heavens strangely separated from his head. Its speed was twice that of his body, and in the blink of an eye, it had shot forward and was still in front of him, still shooting towards Yixian. In the end, he was still unwilling to use his body to face the heaven-shattering arrow in the hands of the skeleton avatar. The result was certain to be death. But now, he had activated the strongest secret technique in his bloodline, extracting 90% of his terrifying heavenly Tao realm level 8 cultivation into the blood horn on his head. It separated from his head and shot towards the magic hall master, Yixian. Furthermore, the blood horn speed was doubled under the activation of his strongest bloodline ability. In an instant, it had closed in on the magic hall master, Yixian. A century at that time, in order to block this attack, the blood-horned rhinoceros could only shoot out the only heavenfall arrow in his hand. Although the result of this would definitely be the destruction of his blood-horned rhinoceros, causing his foundation to be damaged and injuring his essence, if he was lucky, it was extremely likely that the blood-horned rhinoceros behind the blood-horned rhinoceros would be able to escape this calamity. At the very least, it would be able to preserve its life and not perish. This was precisely his plan. Even though he was already prepared to die, as long as there was a chance of survival, no one would not do their best to fight for it. You're quite clever, but this is also good. You've escaped this calamity, and you've repaid this senior's favor. Looking at it, you've profited. Seeing this, the eyes of the three-legged golden crow in the distance flashed, and he muttered with his divine sense, revealing a sense of extreme confidence. It was obvious that even with his eyesight, he could tell that the blood-horned rhinoceros's attack was extraordinary and stunning. Its speed was too fast and its power was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. Even the Demon Palace Master, Yi Xian, could only use the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand to block this attack. This expanse of space had already fallen into complete chaos under the powerful pressure of those 30 ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao. Even teleportation was absolutely impossible to evade. 8th Order of the Heavenly Tao? Not bad. Unfortunately, you want to force this king to shoot this one and only heaven-shattering arrow? You're not worthy. When he saw this scene, a dark light flashed through the eyes of the violent ape. A look of disdain appeared on his face, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Before he finished speaking, the Black Mist Avatar had already fully activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind. When a continuous and weak high-frequency vibrating sound rang out, and 2 streaks of blood light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the black mist body without any warning. The speed was too fast, and it also surpassed the speed of lightning. The 2 streaks of blood light merged into one halfway and headed straight for him. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the towering blood horn that was shooting towards him. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. These streaks of blood-colored light were like liquid. After colliding with the towering blood horn, they did not explode. Instead, they instantly spread out along the blood horn like a layer of blood-colored dye. Seeing this scene, the blood-horned rhinoceros following closely behind the towering blood horn suddenly froze. The light in its eyes also became incomparably shocked at this moment. Although it did not know what exactly the blood-colored liquid that instantly spread on the blood horn was and what kind of power it had an extremely bad feeling in its heart. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in a 1/10 of an instant. In a split second, everything changed just like that. This gigantic blood horn that was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away, and in an instant, it would approach Yi Xian. However, at this moment, the layer of blood-colored brilliance that enveloped and spread out from the blood horn flashed. The incomparably huge blood horn that supported the heavens actually turned around in an instant, following the path that it came from. Its speed was even faster, and the blood-horned rhinoceros that was following closely behind was completely unable to react in time. What kind of secret technique is this? Boom! With a drastic change in expression, the blood-horned rhinoceros gasped. Before it could let out a cry of alarm, its enormous body had already been struck by the blood horn. An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the towering blood horn and its enormous body exploded together, turning into a shocking blood mist. The eyes of the black fog clone flashed, and with a wave of its hand, it was absorbed into its body. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly law ferocious beast had been killed. Furthermore, it was a late-stage 8th Order heavenly law ferocious beast. At this point, from the beginning of the battle until now, Yi Xian had killed 4 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Of the original 33 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had gathered, only 29 were left. Everything has just begun. After instantly finishing off the 8th Order blood-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian immediately sneered. His body shook slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a dark green light shot out. It expanded with the wind, transforming into a dark green withered claw that was 1,000,000 kilometers long. Netherworld Claw. Claw forms the netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. All of a sudden, the black mist clone let loose a thunderous roar as it waved its hands through the air again. Streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were millions of kilometers in size each, and they shot forth in all directions. There were a total of 29 of these dark green withered claws, and each of them took a heavenly law ferocious beast. Back then, with the evolution of Yi Xian's netherworld physique, Yi Xian also obtained the netherworld claw that corresponded to the bloodline of the netherworld physique. In the beginning, when he used the Netherworld Claw bloodline ability, he could only manifest one form, which was the dark green withered claws that he was currently using. However, later on, Yi Xian also comprehended the second form, which was claw forms the Netherworld. Now, as the 29 dark green withered claws rumbled forward, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. In the next moment, the second form of the Netherworld Claw was fully activated by him. Netherworld Claw, claw forms the Netherworld. Explode, explode, explode. As the black mist clone waved its hands through the air, streaks of light shot forth, transforming into a series of withered dark green claws that were over 1,000,000 kilometers in size each. The claws then shot forth in all directions, and the ferocious ape let loose a frosty cry once again. At this moment, the incomparably complicated patterns on the surface of the dark green withered claw that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the Netherworld Claw was fully activated by him. Almost at the same time, the 29 dark green withered claws that shot out exploded with a loud boom, and a raging dark green strange energy swirled in the void, expanding and retracting in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a dark green skull that was 1,000,000 kilometers long, and its huge eye sockets were leaping with sinister flames. In the blink of an eye, it was millions of kilometers away, and as if it had teleported, it rushed in all directions. However, this was clearly not the end. Everything was still just the beginning. Netherworld Claw? You actually have the bloodline ability of the remote antiquity ghost. As the 29 dark green withered claws shot out and exploded, they transformed into 29 green skulls that were millions of kilometers long. A dark light flashed in the eyes of the three-legged golden crow. The deep voice of the divine sense was heard again in an instant. "Damn it, where did you come from? Aren't their methods and foundations a little too many and too complicated?" Rumble. Then, as the deep voice of the divine sense sounded, the three-legged golden crow, which was nearly 100 million kilometers long, quickly retreated. It was too huge and its speed was too fast. Unknowingly, there was an earth-shaking rumble of thunder in the void. Although the Netherworld Claw was also an extremely powerful remote antiquity technique, it was actually not at the same level as the fallen sky bow. It was too weak. But, even so, the three-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the fallen sky bow. Fallen sky bow. The fallen sky bow was the most powerful divine sense. Its power was too strong, and it dominated the world. It was said that it could even shoot down the will of the heavenly way with one arrow. Although the Netherworld Claw did not have such terrifying power, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity netherworld. The remote antiquity netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world. Its bloodline ability was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure of the remote antiquity would be greatly reduced. It could be said that when the three-legged golden crow saw a huge blood-green skull with a diameter of millions of kilometers shooting toward him, the reason why he hurriedly retreated was actually not because he was afraid of its power, but because he was worried that he would be contaminated and be damaged. It was hated by ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing. If stained, it would only be ominous, and there was no benefit at all. Even the three-legged golden crow, who was at the peak of the great perfection stage of the 9th level, was already so scared. Needless to say, the other 28 heavenly way ferocious beasts were even worse. Including the primordial heavenly Tao green eye, the other 28 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts immediately retreated in disgust at the sight of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of kilometers long shooting toward them. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! The speed was too fast. These 29 dark green skulls were originally in the form of energy, and they were activated by the most powerful bloodline ability of the remote antiquity netherworld. Blinking. It was already close in the blink of an eye. Without any suspense, all the skulls exploded with a flash of green light in their eyes. In the next moment, it was as though a torrential rain of blood had fallen from the sky. 29 dark green skulls, each of which was tens of millions of miles long, had locked onto the figure and aura of a heavenly law ferocious beast. They tried their best to get close before exploding. Roar. Screech. Damn it, it can even self-explode. I can't see. My eyes are stained by the splashing dirty green blood. It's extremely painful. Roar. Too shameless. This kind of extremely evil bloodline ability actually detonated directly. This is intentional. It's deliberately disgusting. Roar. There were a few late-stage and peak-stage existences, including the three-legged golden crow and the green eye of the heavenly way of untainted land, but more than 20 powerful beasts were all affected. After the dark green skulls in front of them exploded, the blood-green dirty green blood stained their bodies, causing various consequences in an instant. In addition, the invisible shock wave caused by the explosion of the huge dark green skulls could not be underestimated. Even if it was just some superficial wounds, as long as the skin was broken, the blood-green dirty soul blood would immediately invade and cause more serious injuries. In just a short moment, more than half of the 29 powerful heavenly law ferocious beasts were injured. Although none of them were heavily injured and only suffered light injuries, they were in an extremely sorry state, and it was extremely embarrassing. Even more, what made people speechless was that they were clearly besieging one person with 29 heavenly way ferocious beasts, but in the end, they ended up like this. The other party suddenly attacked and forced them to be in such a sorry state despite being outnumbered. How could they endure it? Roar. Damn it, isn't it just some dirty soul blood? Its power is nothing more than this. Why are you so scared? Seeing the scene of everyone retreating, the three-legged golden crow in the distant void suddenly roared. In the incomparably deep voice of the divine sense, there was endless monstrous anger. If anyone dares to retreat, don't blame this venerable one for not recognizing you and directly killing you. Roar. The old guy said it nicely and righteously, but he seemed to have forgotten that when he saw the huge dark green skulls rumbling over, he was the first one to withdraw first, he was the first one to retreat, and now he was completely fine, but he was reprimanding the others. It really made people speechless. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Except for the few late-stage heavenly way beasts such as the primeval Heaven's Eye who were not affected by this attack, the other 20 or so heavenly way beasts immediately frowned. A dark light flashed in their eyes, and displeasure appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, although they were dissatisfied and could even be said to be resentful, their cultivation and strength were too far apart from the three-legged golden crow. At most, they could only secretly snort a few times. They were completely angry but did not dare to say anything. But Yi Xian was obviously not among them. It was rare to encounter such a good opportunity, so he naturally would not be stingy with his derogatory words. Ha, old man, quickly raise your hand and touch your face. See if your face is still there. Just now, you were the first one to withdraw and retreat, okay? Now, you are saying such words. What is your face made of? With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the corner of Bao Yuan's mouth outlined an incomparably clear mocking smile, and the voice of divine sense was even more impolite. But, not only that, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, the spiritual lightning technique was activated by the black fog doppelganger. Under the full power of the black fog doppelganger, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from above the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head. An invisible attack was the most fatal. Then, as Bao Yuan's mocking voice sounded, the black fog clone's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was activated by the black fog clone. All under the activation of its power, a blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty three-legged golden crow's head without any warning. Crack! Oh! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded, followed by an incomparably shrill and miserable howl that entered one's ears and heart. This miserable howl came from the three-legged golden crow's mouth. Caught off guard, he was struck by the spiritual thunder lightning technique head-on. Lightning. The speed of lightning was extremely fast to begin with, but ordinary lightning had traces to follow. At the very least, it could be dodged. 4 starry sky experts. If nothing unexpected happened, the moment the lightning stuck its head out of the tribulation cloud and suddenly struck down, their hearts would already be on guard. Basically, they could dodge in advance. However, Yi Xian's spiritual thunder lightning technique was an exception. Ordinary starry sky experts' divine sense power could still be followed, but divine sense power was the same as the biological frequency of the starry sky Zerg. It was invisible and was an extremely special energy that could not be touched at all. Furthermore, after the spiritual thunder lightning technique was cast, an incomparably violent divine sense power would first quietly condense above the target's head. After accumulating power, it would suddenly explode and instantly strike down. It was simply unpredictable. This was especially so when the one casting the spiritual thunder lightning technique was Yi Xian. Not only was he a powerful existence at the Heavenly Dao realm, he was even at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage. A bolt of spiritual thunder lightning suddenly exploded. If one could capture its form, they would see that the lightning bolt had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, apart from the caster of the spiritual thunder lightning technique, Yi Xian, the other Heavenly Dao experts present could not even detect the scale of the spiritual thunder lightning technique. When their divine sense power swept over, it was completely empty. There was nothing. Although the 3-legged golden crow was also at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage, and his cultivation was even stronger than Yi Xian's, he was still unable to dodge the spiritual thunder lightning technique. Now that he had been struck by it head-on, he was in an extremely sorry state. There were even a few black feathers that slowly floated down in the void. However, it was impossible for the spiritual thunder lightning technique to kill him on the spot. Even if it heavily injured him, it was impossible. The 3-legged golden crow, who had been struck, only suffered light injuries. This was because he had once devoured countless stars in an entire great world and transformed his body into a black gold sun. Although it was not a thunderbolt, its attributes were similar to that of thunderbolts, and it was also scorching hot. No, if it were any other starry sky expert with a body of flesh and blood, even if they had the same cultivation level as him and were at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm at the level of Yi Xian, they would definitely not be able to withstand the spiritual thunder lightning technique so easily. They would probably be heavily injured at the very least. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short period of time. From the moment the blood-horned rhinoceros charged out, to its meteorite attack, to Yi Xian conjuring 29 black-green withered claws with a wave of his hand to activate the claw netherworld, all of this happened one after another. And now, he had activated the spiritual thunder lightning technique without warning, and a 1,000,000-kilometer-long blood-red lightning bolt struck the 3-legged golden crow's head, causing it to cry out in pain. All of this happened in just a short span of a dozen breaths. A few breaths of time would have passed in the blink of an eye, but during this period of time, the blood-horned rhinoceros, an 8th-level Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, had fallen. Almost all of the other 29 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts had been injured by the self-destruction of the Netherworld Claw's netherworld. Although they were only lightly injured, they were all in an extremely sorry state. Even more shockingly, even the 3-legged golden crow, whose cultivation level had reached the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm, and who was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, had been caught off guard and was struck by the lightning bolt. It was utterly humiliating. Such a valiant battle record all came from the hands of Yi Xian alone, and he was facing dozens of Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, yet he was still able to run amok and kill in all directions. This kind of style was so domineering that it made people want to point their fingers at him. The strength of his might was simply undefeatable. Roar! Ruthless, 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 damn it. What exactly is this fellow's background? Why does he possess so many divine abilities? This Netherworld Claw is clearly a supreme bloodline divine ability of the primordial Netherworld clan. Although its might is limited, it's filthy to the extreme and instills fear in others. And that blood-red bolt of lightning from before had a diameter of 500,000 kilometers, and its might caused others to raise their eyebrows. It just so happened to be silent and directly exploded above their heads. How could they avoid it? And that strange secret technique that killed the blood-horned rhinoceros earlier. The might of that towering bloodhorn was so terrifying, and its speed was so swift, yet it was actually turned around by him in an instant and killed the blood-horned rhinoceros instead. This sort of secret technique is unheard of as well. Based on the situation, this doesn't seem to be all that he possesses. This fellow is too mysterious, and his methods are too varied. Fighting him is simply asking for a beating. His various secret techniques are impossible to guard against. The crux of the matter is still that sky-split arrow in the hands of the skeleton clone. The blood-horned rhinoceros has already fallen, yet it sacrificed itself for nothing. It's meaningless. That sky-split arrow is still there, and it's capable of deterring everyone. How can this battle continue? Screech, I don't want to give up, roar. Under the shock in their hearts, the group of heavenly law beasts that had retreated to the surroundings all exclaimed and roared. These words were tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, making the three-legged golden crow, who had just been struck by the spiritual lightning technique, even angrier. It roared toward the sky. As the roar fell, the three-legged golden crow had already turned around and scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed with a dark light, and his incomparably deep divine sense clearly revealed a strong sense of suppressed anger. Everyone, since things have come to this point, we can't continue to delay. The heavenly falling arrow in his hand must be consumed. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained, and I won't be able to use it at all. I can't do this myself. Fellow friends, who is willing to do it for me? In other words, it was clearly looking for a person to follow in the footsteps of the blood-horned rhinoceros. There was a moment of silence in the void. Except for the three-legged golden crow, the other 28 heavenly law ferocious beasts looked at each other. Their expressions all became strange, but for a moment, no one responded at all. Open! What a joke! The strongest among them was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, which was about the same strength as the blood-horned rhinoceros. As for the blood-horned rhinoceros, such a powerful and fierce attack was reversed in an instant, causing him to explode. So aggrieved, dying under one's strongest bloodline divine ability. Just thinking about it made people feel depressed and speechless. It was simply too tragic. In this situation, the three-legged golden crow wanted someone to replace the blood-horned rhinoceros. Who would be willing to do it? Dante say that there's no confidence in forcing the sky-split arrow out of his hand. Even if it can be done, the price paid will definitely be unbearable. It's very likely that one will die on the spot. Unless one's brain is kicked by a donkey, no one will be interested in such a thing. At this point, we can't delay any longer. The sky-split arrow in his hand has to be exhausted. Otherwise, my combat strength will be imperceptibly restrained. I won't be able to produce the desired effect. As the roar faded away, the three-legged golden crow swept his gaze towards the surroundings, and a dark light flickered in his eyes. An extremely deep voice resounded through his divine sense, and it revealed a wisp of strongly suppressed rage. I'm unable to do this myself. Fellow Taoists, who is willing to do it for me? Naturally, no one was willing to do such a thing. The 28 heavenly law beasts in the surrounding void fell into silence. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, and there was a suffocating feeling that couldn't be dispersed. A bunch of motley crew. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered. Bao Yuan said sarcastically. Then, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at the primeval heaven's eye on the right. Although there were still quite a few heavenly Tao beasts present, a total of 29 of them, amongst the 29 heavenly Tao beasts, the one that Yi Xian wanted to kill the most was obviously the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes. This matter was originally not urgent, but the atmosphere at the scene was a little strange. Even Yi Xian could clearly feel that at least half of the heavenly law beasts had already shown signs of retreating. They definitely didn't think of such a result at first, but now it had become a reality. The skeletal clones of Yi Xian's 3 great demon bodies had the sky-split Bao's most powerful divine ability. Although the three-legged golden crow was a peak heavenly law beast at the peak of the 9th level, and was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian, it was originally completely capable of restraining him head-on. Next, at this time, All the remaining heavenly law beasts were waiting around, each looking for an opportunity. Even if they had to grind Yi Xian to death, they could still wear him down. Unfortunately, although this plan was perfect, the three-legged golden crow didn't dare to really charge in front of Yi Xian and restrain him head-on because of the sky-split bow's existence. If that was the case, once Yi Xian shot this arrow, the three-legged golden crow would lose its only peak combat power that could restrain Yi Xian head-on if it wasn't careful. However, the only chance he had to use up the sky-split arrow in Yi Xian's hand had been wasted. Now, no one was willing to take the initiative to take on this mission. The so-called joint encirclement and suppression had instantly turned into a joke. Dang! However, the three-legged golden crow was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th level. He had the ability to use force, but once that was the case, the so-called alliance that wasn't tight to begin with would instantly collapse. Not only was the three-legged golden crow well aware of this, the other heavenly law beasts also knew. From the looks of it, there was clearly no chance or possibility of suppressing Yi Xian. This, under such circumstances, rather than staying here and enduring the risk of being targeted and killed by Yi Xian, it was better to retreat. If someone really took the lead to leave, the other heavenly law beasts would definitely not be willing to fall behind. A portion of the heavenly law beasts that were gathered in the surrounding void would soon leave, at least a third of them. Once this scene appeared, with Yi Xian's understanding of the primeval heaven's eye, he would definitely not continue to stay here. He would most likely escape immediately. Therefore, if they wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate him, this matter could not be delayed any longer. They had to act as soon as possible. Yi Xian's gaze quickly shifted and landed on a 5th-level heavenly law beast not far from the heavenly law green eye. Previously, his target had always been a 4th to 6th-level heavenly law beast. Therefore, it was normal for him to choose this heavenly law beast to attack. It would not arouse suspicion. Netherworld claw into the netherworld. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the black mist clone, and it waved its right hand through the air. A burst of light shot forth, instantly transforming into a dark green claw that was over 500,000 kilometers in size. At the same time, a frosty cry rang out from the ferocious ape's mouth. In an instant, the incomparably complicated patterns on the dark green withered claw suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw had been fully activated by him. The speed was too fast. The dark green withered claw had already exploded on its way. The devastating dark green strange energy swirled in the air, expanding and retracting as it swallowed and retracted. Half in a breath, it turned into a huge dark green skull. Dense flames jumped in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. As if it had teleported, it arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye and exploded. Screech! The heavenly law beast's eyelids twitched violently. It raised its head and let out a violent roar, immediately retreating. Roar! At this moment, the three-headed, six-armed devil ape's true form followed closely behind the dark green skull, closing in on it in the blink of an eye. Hesitating, the black fog clone opened its mouth and roared violently. As it roared, the destructive vortex was activated. The purple-black spirit source core suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness in the central domain also began to madly rotate. The vast amount of spirit origin energy contained in the source core was instantly extracted. It was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. This tiny speck, which was as small as a speck of dust, was formed by the extreme compression of nearly half of the origin energy in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. When it rushed in front of the opponent, it immediately exploded. The boundless and boundless spirit origin energy collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. It was wild and violent, as if it was going to annihilate everything, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton clone punched out, and the violent ape instantly swung the big-headed black stick in its hand. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. The violent ape's big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed on its head, and the skeleton clone's punch also landed on its neck at the same time. Although this heavenly law ferocious beast cultivation was not bad, it was not just a little bit weaker than Yi Xian. Same as in the face of the crushing power of the claw netherworld and the spiritual vortex, in addition to the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's punch following closely behind, it did not have time to react at all. The majestic power had already surged into its body. Half in a breath, its entire body, which was tens of millions of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Black the Fog clone suddenly waved its hand, and immediately, an invisible force surged out and turned into an invisible gale. In the blink of an eye, it swept up the bloody mist that had exploded into its body and directly sent it to the bottom of the central domain volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another of the 29 heavenly law ferocious beasts had fallen. Now there were only 28 left. In the surrounding void, the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The three-legged golden crow was so angry that it directly raised its head and roared angrily. However, there was nothing it could do. It did not dare to go forward, because after the punch, the skeleton clone raised its left arm, and the giant golden bow instantly appeared again. The golden heaven-destroying slip on the bowstring was clearly aimed at him from afar, locking on to his aura. All of this was just Yi Xian's tactic. Killing this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast was just to avoid being seen and relax the primeval heaven's eye's vigilance. Therefore, when this level 5 heavenly law ferocious beast's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yi Xian activated the spiritual lightning technique to attack with all its might. Chapter 51:21. Bang! As the skeleton clone threw out a punch, the big-headed black cudgel in the violent ape's hand was instantly swung up and smashed down. The entire body of this level 5 heavenly Tao, which was tens of millions of kilometers long, instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. In the surrounding void, the heavenly axiom beast's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The three-legged golden crow was so angry that it raised its head and roared angrily. However, it did not dare to step forward, for it was intimidated by the heaven-falling bow. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated by the Black Fog clone, and this time, it was fully activated. The spiritual energy that had been emitted by the spiritual core suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness during this period of time was completely sucked dry. In an instant, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of miles suddenly struck down from the top of the originally empty primeval heaven's eye's head without warning. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, especially when the three blood sea clones merged and activated the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape true form at its strongest state, he was already not an ordinary peak heavenly axiom. Under such combat strength, if he shot the heaven-falling arrow in the skeleton clone's hand, it would be almost impossible for the primeval heaven's eye to escape. Even if it did not die, it would be severely injured and lose its ability to fight. After all, he was still only at the level 8 heavenly axiom. In terms of cultivation strength, Yi Xian had already surpassed him. However, due to the three-legged golden crow's existence, Yi Xian could not easily shoot this arrow. Otherwise, the current situation where he held the initiative would be instantly reversed. Unless he had no other choice, he would definitely not make such a choice. Therefore, he could only use other methods to suppress the primeval heaven's eye as much as possible. Crack! Oh! An incomparably crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out, and a shrill scream came out from the primeval heaven's eye's mouth. It was shocking to hear. It had indeed been careless. It had not expected that Yi Xian would suddenly attack it at such a time. Suddenly, caught off guard, the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao was immediately struck head-on by this spiritual lightning technique. In the huge, star-like vertical eye of the green eye, a few more dazzling blood threads could be seen with the naked eye. This was clearly the rhythm of the worsening of the injury, but it was still some distance away from a serious injury. Since Yi Xian had already made his move, there was no way he would stop so easily. There would definitely be a storm of thunderous attacks to follow. Screech, Rumble, however, he was injured, and he was caught off guard by a sneak attack. The green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao were enraged, and a heaven-shaking howl sounded out. A green light with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers shot out from the huge vertical eye like a bolt of green lightning, rumbling towards Yi Xian. "You are courting death." A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the fog clone. At this moment, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in its brain was activated once again. The remaining spirit power in the source core poured out without reservation. An incomparably intense pain appeared in Yi Xian's mind at this moment. He had continuously used his spirit power, and each time, it had consumed a huge amount of spirit power. This kind of deficit was somewhat unbearable. The true devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms swayed slightly, but the piercing pain in its brain did not dissipate. It continued to persist, causing the 3 great devil bodies' expressions to become even more sinister. Buzz. At the same time, a faint but continuous high-frequency vibrating sound was heard. Without warning, 2 beams of blood-red light suddenly shot out from the blood-red eyes of the black fog clone. Essence God's reversal had been activated, extracting all the spirit power in the spirit source core in Yi Xian's brain. It transformed into 2 beams of blood-red light and rushed out. This time, its speed was even faster, far faster than lightning. Blink! In the blink of an eye, the 2 blood lights merged into one and headed straight for Yi Xian. In an instant, they came into contact with the green light pillar that was rumbling towards Yi Xian. Just like before, the blood-red light was like liquid. When it came into contact with the green light beam, it did not explode. Instead, it spread out like a layer of blood-red dye. This scene was very familiar, as it had happened not too long ago. The only difference was that back then, the blood-red light had covered and colored the blood-horned rhinoceros horns. Now, it had turned into the green light beam of the primeval heaven's eye. Everyone was well aware of the meaning behind this strange rendering. The primeval heaven's eye, who was following closely behind the green light beam, suddenly froze. The look in its eyes was also incomparably shocked. The blood-horned rhinoceros was a physical object, but his green light beam was an existence of energy. He did not understand how this strange blood-red light could cover and color the surface of the green light beam, but all of this was no longer important. The most important thing was that in an instant, an extremely bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. A huge sense of crisis descended, unprecedented. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, everything changed. Swish! An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. The azure pillar of light that was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers away was about to approach Yi Xian in an instant. However, at this moment, as the blood-colored brilliance that covered and spread out from the pillar of light suddenly flashed, the azure pillar of light that was millions of kilometers in diameter suddenly turned around and shot away. First, everything was exactly the same as what had happened to the blood-horned rhinoceros. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Yan, who was like a star, were filled with an ominous glint, revealing endless fear. Screech! An earth-shattering screech sounded. Without any hesitation, the primeval heaven's eye suddenly turned to the side in shock. Rip! Pooh! A clear sound like silk being torn was heard, followed by the sound of splashing. Although the primeval heaven's eye was fast, it was still slower by half an instant. Following that, as he dodged to the side, the green light beam that shot back to its original direction shot past his side. Although it was not able to directly penetrate the primeval heaven's eye, it scraped away an area of more than 300,000 miles around his eyelid. This wound was like a fountain, gushing out a large amount of green liquid. It was extremely pure and exuded the rich aura of the heavenly Tao. He was not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm beast. After all, he was once the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a large world. This green liquid was extremely extraordinary. It was even useful to the present Yi Xian. It was brought back for the subordinates under his command to use. The effects would be even more astonishing. Naturally, Yi Xian wouldn't waste it just like that. Whoosh! Walala! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the Black Fog avatar suddenly waved his hand as an invisible force swept out. In an instant, the Heavenly Tao's origins liquid that resembled a huge green river was swept up and absorbed into his body. Screech! Screech! Using this gap, the green vertical eye that resembled a star retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. However, it did not stop there and continued to move towards the encirclement. Just this strike had already severely injured him. He only had about 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. There was no point in staying behind. Furthermore, with his heart filled with fear, the primeval heavens I instantly made the decision to flee and give up on today's encirclement battle. Screech! Screech! An earth-shattering screech rang out. Taking advantage of the gap when Yi Xian collected the green Heavenly Tao's origins liquid that resembled a huge river, the green vertical eye that resembled a star also retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 billion kilometers away. Just this strike had already severely injured him. He only had about 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. There was no point in staying behind. He made the decision to flee and give up on today's battle. Where there's life, there's hope. Today, he was severely injured and the situation was not good. If he forced himself to stay here, it was very likely that he would truly die in the end. At this moment, the primeval heavens I still knew what to do. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to the edge of this chaotic void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. Without stopping, he directly tore open a void crack and entered it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This time, there were originally a total of 33 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had joined forces to ambush Yi Xian. However, before the primeval heavens eye escaped, there were only 28 of them left. In total, 5 of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Now, with the primeval heavens eye escaping in a hurry, the number of Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had decreased by 1. Including the 3-legged golden crow, there were only 27 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts left. They were still gathered in the void in the distance. Roar! Damn it, the Heavenly Tao's eye actually escaped. He's only severely injured and is far from losing his combat strength. He's actually so cowardly. I've heard before that the primeval heaven's eye is unreliable. Back then, he seemed to have cooperated with fellow Taoist Longjing. He was the first to escape. Now, it seems that he's really like that. This matter should be spread out so that all the fellow Taoists on the left bank can see his true colors. He's simply abandoned by both men and gods. He's too wretched. Seeing that the primeval heavens I did not say a word and directly escaped without saying a word, the 20-odd Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the void in the distance were immediately in an uproar. The voice of the divine sense was transmitted, and there was resentment in it. Fellow Taoists, the situation has become more serious. If you continue to hesitate, everything today will be in vain. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow standing in the void in front of them once again transmitted the voice of the divine sense. At the same time, his eyes flashed, and he looked to the right of the void with an urging tone. The 2 of you are at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao. As long as you have the heart, you can definitely force him to shoot the heaven-destroying arrow. Among the 26 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts, there were indeed 2 late-stage 8th-level existences. Their cultivation strength was similar to that of the primeval heaven's eye and the blood-horned rhinoceros. At this time, the 3-legged golden crow was clearly urging the 2 of them to make a decision. Void the sky fell into silence once again. The other Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expressions of the 2 8th-level Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that were called out by the 3-legged golden crow turned gloomy at the same time. They could not say anything to refuse. At least, they could not say anything first. Otherwise, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The other 8th-level Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts would definitely immediately say something to stir up trouble, and the 3-legged golden crow would definitely agree. They would then fall into a passive situation. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 8th-level Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts subconsciously exchanged glances. They stared at each other, and neither of them made a sound. The atmosphere in the void instantly became heavy again. Within the heavy atmosphere, there was a sense of oppression and strangeness, as well as awkwardness. Roar. Don't be anxious. Today, as long as you don't leave, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die here. Although Yi Xian felt a little regretful that the desolate Heaven Path's green eye had escaped, he had at least obtained a river-like amount of Heavenly Tao green liquid. This was an item of the Heavenly Tao's essence, and it was extremely rare. It would only appear after the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao's will in a large world was heavily injured. It was equivalent to the blood essence that an ordinary starry sky expert would spit out after being heavily injured. With this river-like amount of Heavenly Tao green liquid, he could be considered to have gained a little today. Furthermore, he had killed 5 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and obtained 5 Heavenly Tao blood essences. However, although the primeval heavens I had escaped, today's battle was far from over. Including the 3-legged golden crow, there were still 27 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Although from the current awkward situation, the time for these old fellows to scatter like birds and beasts would come sooner or later. But, since he was still hesitating and seemed to want to persist, then Yi Xian could take advantage of this opportunity to kill 1 or 2 more Heavenly Tao blood essences and obtain 1 or 2 more Heavenly Tao blood essences. Phew, boom, rumble. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash, he rushed towards a rank 5 Heavenly Tao beast. Previously, after so many attacks, all of the mental energy in the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness had long been sucked dry. Such as today, he still had a splitting headache, so he was temporarily unable to use the mental energy secret technique. This time, the Black Fog clone was the first to make a move. The 9 colored ribbons wrapped around its body rushed out like a giant python in the starry sky. As the storm expanded, it instantly turned into a 9-colored sea of flames, directly enveloping the rank 5 Heavenly Tao beast. Everything was too unexpected. This rank 5 Heavenly Tao beast had not expected Yi Xian to suddenly make a move. In its fear, the fireball that was only 50 million kilometers in size instantly let out an incomparably shrill howl. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. The 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body was overflowing with killing intent. With a world-destroying momentum, the big-headed black stick and the skeleton clone's giant purple-gold fist struck out at the same time. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion sounded in the next instant, and the violent howl in the 9-colored fireball came to an abrupt end. This, the rank 5 Heavenly Tao beast's incomparably huge body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Before it could completely spread out, the Black Fog clone had already absorbed it into its body with a wave of its hand. Entire, this process was as smooth as flowing water, but it was completed within a breath. Immediately after, Yi Xian made a mental command, and the 9-colored fireball in front of him collapsed. After condensing, it once again turned into a 9-colored ribbon that was like a giant python in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his body. When he suddenly turned around, the eyes of the 3 devil bodies all shone with a fierce light. Their gazes were like venomous snakes as they quickly swept across the group of Heavenly Tao beasts in the distance. This was clearly the rhythm of choosing the next target to attack. In an instant, he attacked again. The 27 Heavenly Tao beasts were reduced by 1, and the total number of Heavenly Tao beasts that had fallen at Yi Xian's hands had reached 6. This was a shocking number, and looking at Yi Xian's momentum, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. The number of Heavenly Tao beasts that had fallen was clearly going to continue to climb. Or perhaps, the next one to fall will be me. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, more than half of the remaining 26 Heavenly Tao beasts trembled violently. The desire to retreat in their hearts had never been stronger than before. As for the dozen or so mid-stage Heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage, they felt an intense sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Roar! Roar! Even the primeval heavens eye has fled. What are we still doing here? He's an 8th stage Heavenly Tao. That's right. There's no hope in today's battle. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, it's better to retreat. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This venerable one will withdraw from this matter and bid farewell. Roar! Even the primeval heaven's eye has fled. What are we still doing here? He's an 8th stage heavenly Tao. That's right. There's no hope in today's battle. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, it's better to retreat. Fellow Taoists, take care of yourselves. This venerable one will withdraw from this matter and bid farewell. Roar! As Yi Xian attacked again and killed another heavenly Tao beast in an instant, more than half of the remaining 26 heavenly Tao beasts trembled violently. The desire to retreat in their hearts was unprecedentedly strong. This was especially so for the dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage. They felt an intense sense of crisis that they had never felt before. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated as fast as they could. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. With the precedent set by the primeval heaven's eye, coupled with the invisible pressure brought about by Yi Xian's killing of another heavenly Tao beast when he was caught off guard, now, after these dozen or so mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts whose cultivation bases were between the 4th and 6th stage decided to retreat, they did not feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated hundreds of billions of miles away, to the edge of this trillion-mile chaotic void. There were originally only 26 heavenly Tao beasts around the void. Now that 14 of them had left, there were only 12 left, including the 3-legged golden crow. The degree of chaos in this trillions of miles of sealed void instantly eased. Although it was still unable to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body, it was not far from it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, at most, he could kill 2 more beasts before the chaos in the void dissipated. At that time, Yi Xian only needed to think, and the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body would be activated instantly, quietly escaping into the distance. Roar! Damn it, you pieces of trash, you actually fled at the last moment. This is infuriating. In the distance, seeing that 14 heavenly Tao beasts had left in an instant, the 3-legged golden crow was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. The voice of his divine sense was unprecedentedly furious and manic. Unfortunately, this could not change anything at all. If only 1 or 2 heavenly Tao beasts had left, he could still make an example out of them. But now, more than half of them had left. No matter how he dealt with them, it was meaningless. Screech, rumble. At the same time, the 3-headed, 6-armed Yi Xian also rushed out. Although the remaining 12 heavenly Tao beasts were all at the late stage or higher, other than the peak heavenly Tao 3-legged golden crow, even the 2 8th-stage heavenly Tao beasts were confident that Yi Xian would be able to kill them if he attacked with all his might. Moreover, the target he had chosen at this moment was merely a rank 7 Heaven's Way beast. Moreover, from the aura that this Heaven's Way beast was emitting, it was clear that he had just broken through to the late stage of the 7th step not long ago. Compared to the peak of the middle stage of the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao, he was not much stronger. Screech! A whistling sound rang out, and an earth-shattering boom resounded through the void. The berserk ape moved its hands together, and the Shengnong cauldron and the big-headed black stick smashed out together. Remains the bone clone also punched out with both fists. 2 huge energy fists the size of stars, one on the left and one on the right, smashed towards the huge body of the 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast. Black. Although the mist clone was no longer able to use the secret technique of mental power, the 9-colored sea of flames was like a giant python in the starry sky. It rushed out with incomparable agility, directly blocking the path of retreat of the 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his soul was about to leave his body. He subconsciously pulled back and retreated. Awu, caught off guard, he came into contact with the 9-colored sea of flames that was blocking his retreat. His body was burned, and he instantly let out an incomparably mournful howl. Just like that, during this delay, the attacks of the berserk ape and the skeleton clone finally arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, they came crashing down on his head. Screech, boom boom, bam. There was no suspense in what happened next. this seventh-stage heavenly Tao beast was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying power. Under the threat of life and death, he only had time to let out an incomparably mournful howl before his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Black at this moment, the mist clone suddenly waved his hand, and immediately an invisible strength chi shot out, turning into a howling gale. In the blink of an eye, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the seventh-stage heavenly Tao beast swept over and was absorbed into his body. He directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and began to condense the blood essence. At this point, Yi Xian had already killed as many as 7 heavenly Tao beasts. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of these 7 heavenly Tao beasts was all absorbed by the black fog clone and sent into his body. Now after a long time he would be able to refine 7 heavenly Tao blood essences. Before the start of this battle, Yi Xian already had 18 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. With these 7, the total number had already reached 25. His harvest could be said to be extremely astonishing. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, another heavenly Tao beast had fallen. The pressure of the heavenly Tao in the void decreased by another level, and the chaotic situation was slightly alleviated. It was only a thin line away from stabilizing to the point where Yi Xian could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, the chaos in the void would be completely calmed down after killing the last heavenly Tao beast. The remaining 10 heavenly Tao beasts would release all the cultivation in their bodies, stacking together to form an invisible pressure. The chaotic effect on the void was no longer able to stop Yi Xian from escaping with his interstellar coordinate jump ability. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. The 3 demon bodies immediately turned and focused their gazes on a 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast, locking onto it. Hiss! Today's matter is indeed impossible. This venerable one will not accompany you. Otherwise, I will die. Feeling the pressure of the 3 demon bodies locking onto it, this 7th-stage heavenly Tao beast trembled as if it was a conditioned reflex. Its expression changed drastically as it cried out involuntarily. Then, without hesitation, it turned around and shot into the distance. He was truly afraid. Just a moment ago, a level 7 Heaven's Way that possessed the same cultivation level as him had perished, and he didn't want to follow in its footsteps. So, leaving at this moment was the wisest choice. The next moment, following his departure, there were only 10 heavenly law ferocious beasts left in the surroundings, including the 3-legged golden crow. Everyone felt the change in the void, and the teleportation that they could not use before was no longer restricted. In other words, as long as he was willing, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who had transformed into the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, could leave at any time. Roar! This should not be the result. This venerable one is unwilling. No matter what, even if I have to pay a price today, I must keep you here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 3-legged golden crow immediately raised its head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, the extreme unwillingness and anger in its heart made it throw caution to the wind. No longer hesitating, it roared loudly. Light of destruction. There were only 10 heavenly Tao beasts left, and the void instantly changed. The teleportation that could not be used before was no longer restricted. As long as Yi Xian was willing, he could leave at any time. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the 3-legged golden crow immediately raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Roar? This should not be the result. This venerable one is unwilling. No matter what, even if I have to pay a price today, I must keep you here. At this moment, the extreme unwillingness and anger in its heart made it throw caution to the wind. No longer hesitating, it roared loudly. The light of destruction. Buzz. As the last roar came out, the 3-legged golden crow Pangda's terrifying body, which was close to 100 million miles long, instantly changed from the form of a ferocious beast to an incomparably huge black gold sun in the blink of an eye. This black gold sun was also close to 100 million miles long. As soon as it appeared, an incomparably deep buzzing sound came from the inside of the sun, imperceptibly giving people a feeling of numbness on their scalps and an extremely bad feeling. Although this three-legged golden crow was not as powerful as the peak insect clan that had left the forbidden land of demonic insects countless years ago, it had already reached the peak of the great perfection of the heavenly Tao. It was originally the will of the heavenly Tao of a great world called the Golden Crow. Before the great world of the Golden Crow completely collapsed and was swallowed by the endless void turbulence, this three-legged golden crow swallowed all the stars in that great world. It was because of this that it was invited by the more than 30 powerful heavenly Tao masters in this alliance to join in and fight against Yi Xian as a leading figure. Yi Xian had the 9-colored sea of flames in his hands. Only the three-legged golden crow, which had swallowed countless stars and even its own body had turned into an incomparably scorching black gold sun, could resist the power of this sea of flames. In fact, this had already been proven. Previously, when Yi Xian had just fallen into a predicament, he had immediately summoned the 9-colored sea of flames and turned it into a huge fireball to protect his body. At that time, it was the three-legged golden crow that had destroyed the fireball, causing Yi Xian to lose his protection and be forced to fight. However, at that time, although the three-legged golden crow had attacked with all its strength, it had not used its most powerful bloodline ability that was its trump card. While now, seeing that the chaos in the air had disappeared, Yi Xian could leave with a thought at any time. With extreme unwillingness in his heart, he suddenly attacked. Naturally, it was impossible for him to use an ordinary attack like before. His trump card had already been activated. Crackle, an incomparably muffled buzzing sound rang out, and an extremely dark light instantly blossomed from the massive black and gold great heavenly sun. It was as fast as lightning, and as it spread out, it was as if even the void was being melted away, and a frighteningly clear sizzling sound rang out. This black light could ignore everything. Once it touched it, all things would be destroyed. It was the essence that the three-legged golden crow had extracted from the world-destroying black flames. It had been refined in its body for many years and turned into such a black curtain of light to kill. Chapter 51:22. Screech. Rumble. At this moment, as this murderous streak of light shot toward Yi Xian, the three-legged golden crow once again let out an earth-shattering screech. He did not hesitate in the slightest as he also activated his follow-up attack with all his might. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a majestic and boundless storm of black flames instantly rushed out from the great black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, following closely behind the light of destruction like a black waterfall, rolling toward Yi Xian. The light of destruction was his trump card. Once he used it, he would also suffer a certain backlash. After paying such a price, if he still could not keep Yi Xian here, how could he be satisfied? The black flame river that followed was his precautionary measure. He used both methods simultaneously to ensure that everything would go according to plan. At this moment, everything that appeared in the void was too scorching, and the strength of the aura was even more shocking. Oni black screen of light with a diameter of 100 million kilometers swept towards Yi Xian with lightning that was faster than lightning. It was like an incomparably agile and world-destroying waterfall. Following behind it was a black flame tide with a diameter of 100 million miles. This black flame tide was like a raging river bursting its banks, pouring out from the great black golden Sunday. In the blink of an eye, it traversed 200 billion miles of void and was only 200 to 300 billion miles away from Yi Xian. This tide of flames was formed from pure black flames of destruction. Extinguish. The black flames of destruction were infamous. This could be guessed from its name alone. This kind of top-grade heavenly flame was as violent as the destruction of the world. Therefore, when used as an attack, the black flames of destruction in the great black golden sun were definitely not inferior to the Shenong 9-colored flames. Even more. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection 9th stage. In fact, his cultivation in this realm was even more stable than that of Yi Xian. Now that he had activated the great black golden sun with all his strength, it was easy to imagine how terrifying the black flame river that poured out like a raging river was. Classes. The Black River of Flames had previously destroyed the 9-colored fireball that enveloped Yi Xian's body. Now that Yi Xian didn't have the protection of the 9-colored fireball, if he were to be hit by the Black River, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. More not to mention that in front of this horrifying river of black flames, there was a world-obliterating waterfall that was like a black screen of light. Its aura was even more terrifying, and its might was obviously even stronger. The two attacks were almost the limit of the three-legged golden crow. Any peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage would not be able to escape the calamity of death if they were attacked head-on. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the other 9 heavenly law beasts that were still in the distance trembled violently in an instant. At the same time, their expressions changed drastically, but at the same time, their eyes burst out with an incomparably burning light of expectation. In their opinion, even if the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who was like an undefeatable god of war, faced with such an attack, if he didn't withdraw and dodge, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being severely injured, on the verge of death, or even dying on the spot. Of course, there was still a suspense, and that was the heaven-sundering bow in the hands of the skeleton. When this thought surfaced in the minds of the 9 heavenly law beasts, Yi Xian also made a move. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ferocious ape, but it didn't make a move. However, the eyes of the skeleton of the 3 great demon bodies burst out with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and an incomparably deep buzzing sound resounded in the void at this moment. In an instant, a strange aura, like a raging river, spread out from the skeleton's body. Its left arm suddenly raised without any suspense, and the originally empty left palm shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. Shockingly, it was the supreme ability that shook the primordial world, the heaven-sundering bow. The light of destruction? It has to be said that its power is indeed extraordinary. Even this highness suddenly felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. At the same time, the corner of the ferocious ape's mouth outlined a hint of ridicule, and the voice of the divine sense also sounded, reverberating in the void. Unfortunately, if we want to compare speed, my heaven-sundering bow is far above your black light ribbon, the light of destruction. It has to be said that its power is indeed extraordinary. Even this highness suddenly felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. As the black light ribbon and the black flame tide surged forward one after another, the corner of the ferocious ape's mouth outlined a hint of ridicule. The voice of the divine sense also sounded, reverberating in the void. Unfortunately, if we want to compare speed, my heaven-sundering bow is far above your black light ribbon. Shio. Before the voice fell, the skeleton had already released the right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. Already then, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was too strong, and it was simply unstoppable. When the arrow was shot out, it seemed that even the void was instantly broken. As the golden arrow burst out, a black flame-like wave appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. The golden arrow whistled away at an extremely fast speed, and it instantly arrived in front of the 3-legged golden crow. This was simply teleportation. The distance in the void was ignored, and it directly descended. Hiss! This is impossible. How can it be so fast? Seeing this scene, the 3-legged golden crow took a breath of cold air, and an exclamation of horror suddenly sounded. The black sun hanging high in the void also rippled like a dream. This was clearly the rhythm of activating some kind of secret method, and it was about to teleport away. Walala, hua. As the 3-legged golden crow hurriedly tried to escape, it completely let go of the control of the previous 2 attacks. The black light ribbon and the black flame tide instantly collapsed in the void and were annihilated halfway. Yi Xian was right. The fallen sky bow could ignore the distance in space. As soon as the golden arrow was shot from the bowstring, it could cross the void and appear in front of the target in the next moment. This speed was indeed incomparable to the black light ribbon and black flame tide that the 3-legged golden crow had previously displayed, and this arrow gave him a strong sense of life and death crisis that he had never felt before. Even the three-legged golden crow had to avoid it. As such, it forced him to immediately withdraw and escape. He let go of the control of the previous two waves of attacks and neutralized them endlessly. This was killing to stop killing. The heavenly fallen bow's strange ability to ignore the void made everything a reality. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was still so confident and calm in the face of his two terrifying attacks. Unfortunately, although the three-legged golden crow made a decision at the first moment, and even gave up the control of the previous two waves of terrifying attacks, he urged the power in his body and teleported away at the first moment. However, the speed of the fallen sky bow was too fast. His handling and reaction were still half a beat slower. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded as the heaven-perishing bow, which had already arrived in front of him in an instant, exploded. At this time, the three-legged golden crow, who was about to teleport away in a hurry, was still in a hazy state. It was like a dream. Obviously, the teleportation had not been completed yet. Screech! Puff! An extremely shrill and ruthless howl sounded out. It was clearly from the mouth of the three-legged golden crow, followed by a muffled puff. A large amount of black liquid suddenly appeared in the air, emitting an extremely dense aura of the heavenly Tao. Obviously, the three-legged golden crow was injured. Just like the primeval heaven's eye before, it spat out a large amount of heavenly way liquid that was like the original blood essence of flesh and blood creatures. It was also the will of the heavenly way of a big world. It was natural for it to spit out this kind of heavenly way liquid when it was suddenly injured. This, the black liquid of the heavenly way, was like a rolling river, releasing an incomparably hot aura. The black fog doppelganger did not hesitate. He immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force rolled it over and directly absorbed it into his body. While, at this time, the three-legged golden crow's figure had already disappeared. After being severely injured by the fallen skybow's arrow, it had finally completed its teleportation. It had to be said that this was indeed a pity. The power of this arrow was originally enough to kill the three-legged golden crow, but he was after all a veteran peak heavenly way who had long entered the 9th stage of perfection. His cultivation was slightly stronger than Yi Xian's, and his reaction was too fast. Moreover, the speed of his teleportation was not something an ordinary heavenly way could compare to. In the end, he escaped. If Yi Xian had been a tenth of an instant faster, or if the three-legged golden crow's reaction had been a tenth of an instant slower, the result might have been completely different. It was very likely that he would have fallen. No, although this old fellow had escaped, it was not bad to be able to severely injure him. Furthermore, Yi Xian had collected such a huge amount of heavenly way origin black liquid that was like a rolling river. It was better than nothing. This kind of origin black liquid was the liquid left behind after the will of the heavenly way of a large world was heavily injured, like the blood essence of a flesh and blood creature. It was a top-grade resource in the starry sky and was extremely rare. Yi Xian originally did not have it, but today, he had obtained two at the same time. It was really not easy. Roar! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Just as Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the heavenly way origin black liquid that was like a rolling river into his body, a series of shocking roars and ruthless howls came from the surrounding void, all of them revealing endless fear. Turn around. Looking over, the remaining 9 heavenly way ferocious beasts all had a look of horror on their faces. Before the roars and ruthless howls from their mouths fell, they had already torn open a void crack and rushed into it, leaving just like that. Although Yi Xian had already shot the only heaven-piercing arrow in his hand, the three-legged golden crow was also heavily injured. This was also the reason why he did not personally make a move earlier. He was the only one who could completely restrain Yi Xian from the front. Now that he had escaped with heavy injuries, not to mention the remaining 9 late-stage heavenly way ferocious beasts, even the dozen mid-stage heavenly way ferocious beasts from before were still here. They were definitely not Yi Xian's match if they joined forces. Only, they could be killed one by him. Therefore, these 9 heavenly way ferocious beasts hurriedly escaped as soon as possible. They did not dare to stay here at all. This is good too. I will let you live for now. I will take this opportunity to immediately go into seclusion and break through. As he muttered softly, Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly shot toward the endless dark void in front of the left bank. He could be said to have killed incisively and vividly in this battle. After shooting the arrow, the skeleton clone fell into a disadvantageous position. He also felt a stabbing pain in his head because he had exhausted too much of his spiritual power. Taking advantage of his recovery to go into seclusion and break through again, the opportunity to break through to the peak of 9th stage desolate supremacy had arrived. He did not return to the right bank of the Milky Way. If he did, he would need a lot of time to rush over after coming out of seclusion. Instead of that, he might as well find an abandoned planet on the left bank and go into seclusion. 2 days later, an abandoned planet appeared in front of him on the right. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed over and directly entered the core of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shenong treasured cauldron. Whoosh! The treasured cauldron appeared. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended inside the core of the planet. Its aura was restrained and did not reveal itself. Yi Xian stepped into it. Whoosh! In front of him, an abandoned planet appeared in the dark void in the distance on the right. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed over and entered the core of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shenong treasured cauldron. The treasured cauldron appeared. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended inside the core of the planet. Its aura was restrained and did not reveal itself. Yi Xian stepped into it. This time, not only was he breaking through to the peak of 9th stage desolate supremacy, he was also going to consume a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill after the breakthrough. He was going to officially break through to the Heavenly Dao realm during this seclusion. There would definitely be an aura leaking out. Therefore, he could not sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. After entering the cauldron, Yi Xian's figure appeared high in the sky and landed on the edge of the central region volcano. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he immediately sat cross-legged on one side of the central region volcano. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of the air being torn apart. Instantly, beams of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. But this time, Yi Xian did not take out the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill because his true cultivation level was only at 8th stage desolate supremacy. It was not time to consume the Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Without the slightest hesitation, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them. Whoosh! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy river in the blink of an eye. It slowly flowed in Yi Xian's body. As expected, the sound of chains rattling came from everywhere. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. It was still one. After entering the desolate supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for 2 shackles to appear at the same time. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian concentrated and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time, the battle was also extremely intense, far more intense than before. Even now, there was still a tingling in his head. This was a sign that his mental power had been overused. In this case, it was equivalent to breaking and then reconstructing. The cultivation resources that were swallowed into the body were refined and absorbed more smoothly. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river formed in Yi Xian's meridians had been completely refined. Then, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackles had broken. Dang, when this shackles completely broke, the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. He had finally stepped into the peak of the desolate supremacy realm. Now, even if he did not activate the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability, he was already half-step into the heavenly Tao realm. And with this breakthrough, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to consume a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill and use it to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Previously, his cultivation had reached 8th stage desolate supremacy realm. Once Yi Xian activated the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability, his cultivation would instantly reach 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy Realm, which was the peak of the Desolate Supremacy Realm. And every transformation of the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability would raise his cultivation by 1 stage. Therefore, after entering the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's strongest combat strength had already reached 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy Realm, which was the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now that he had made another breakthrough, his cultivation had reached the great circle of the 9th level of the Heavenly Way. Once he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would instantly possess the battle prowess of the 1st level of the Heavenly Way. Again, together with the 9 transformations Devil Ape, once he reached the 9th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation strength would increase by another great world, reaching the 1st stage of the primordial chaos Great Tao after the Heavenly Tao realm. Of course, this was just a theory. According to Yi Xian's inference, such a situation was clearly impossible. It was an extravagant hope. This was because although there were 2 more great realms after the Heavenly Tao realm, they were the primordial chaos Great Tao realm and the Supreme Chaos realm. But even in the primordial chaos void, the Supreme Chaos realm was a mysterious realm that only existed in legends. It had never appeared before. The primordial chaos void was like a cycle of samsara. Primordial chaos epochs would unfold one after another. Every epoch would scatter 3,000 chaos fiend celestials as chaos seeds in order to seek the opportunity to transform into the supreme chaos realm. It also meant that in the primordial chaos void, the primordial chaos Great Tao realm was actually the strongest realm. This situation was similar to the heavenly Tao realm in various great worlds. As such, there was bound to be the suppression of the primordial chaos Great Tao, similar to the suppression of the heavenly Tao in various great worlds. To put it simply, in the primordial void, the various mystic techniques that could raise one's cultivation level were only effective when one was below the primordial Tao realm. It was impossible to directly obtain the power of the primordial Tao realm through the various bloodline mystic techniques. However, this was still only his guess. Whether it was true or not, he still had to verify it. He immediately opened it, but the result was regrettable. His conjecture had indeed been confirmed. Although it's a little disappointing, perhaps I can make another attempt after stepping into the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian murmured as if he was sleep-talking. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. Without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand again. Shio, shio, shio. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and in an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. The most important one was a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Very quickly, he activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He then swallowed them into his stomach and closed his eyes. Filled with excitement, he began the final charge. Well, as expected, the sound of the chains rattling filled the air. Although there was only one shackle this time, it was extremely thick. After all, he was breaking through the bottleneck of a major realm. It was no small matter. He used all his strength to activate the huge river of energy that had formed in his body, and it began to circulate in his meridians. Gradually, he forgot about the existence of time as he immersed himself in it, intoxicated. After an unknown amount of time, this large river of energy was finally completely refined. Immediately after, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken in response. The system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's lifeblood. Current realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. First stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Since his true cultivation strength had finally stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Chapter 51-23. Ding. Congratulations to host on a breakthrough in the Grotto Void Ancient Art realm. Current realm. First stage heavenly Tao realm. Ding. Congratulations to host on a breakthrough in the physical body's lifeblood realm. Current realm. First stage heavenly Tao realm. With the successful completion of the breakthrough, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. It energized him and made him extremely excited. First stage heavenly Tao realm. Since his true cultivation level and strength had finally entered the heavenly Tao realm. Although his strongest combat strength before his seclusion had reached the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm, which was the peak of the realm, that was after activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power in his body and casting it to the 9th transformation. If one really wanted to talk about it, it could not be considered Yi Xian's cultivation strength. But now it was different. He had also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. The significance was absolutely different. After calming his excited emotions, Yi Xian stood up and directly activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power. His cultivation strength instantly soared to the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Tight following that, he cast the divine power to the 9th transformation as a look of anticipation suffused his heart. Unfortunately, the outcome made him sigh once again. Nothing. It was useful. He was still suppressed by the primordial chaos Great Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the 1st stage of the primordial chaos Great Tao and remained at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. That also meant that in the future, even if his cultivation strength made another breakthrough in the heavenly Tao realm, even if he reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm, Yi Xian would not be able to use such a method to obtain the strength of the primordial chaos Great Tao realm ahead of time after activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power and casting it to the 9th transformation. Except, unless his cultivation strength broke through another major realm, allowing him to truly enter the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Of course, although his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm after 2 consecutive breakthroughs during his seclusion, there were differences in strength between the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. For example, the 3-legged golden crow that he had severely injured with the Skyfall Bow was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the 9th stage. Its combat strength was slightly stronger than Yi Xian's. But now, after 2 small breakthroughs in succession, Yi Xian's cultivation realm under the 9th transformation did not change, but his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. According to his estimation, he should be on par with the 3-legged golden crow back then. In other words, he was now at the peak of the 9th change. Even if he did not take into account his divine powers such as the fallen sky bow, his own combat strength was almost in the top 10 among the countless ferocious beast experts on the left bank of the Milky Way. Dang, of course, he was the weakest of them all. Half a year has actually passed. Counting with his fingers, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs during his seclusion, but half a year had passed. He had never expected half a year. A year was not considered long, but it was not short either. It was enough for many things to happen. Thinking of the primeval heaven's eye, the 3-legged golden crow, and the 20-odd heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had escaped, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It would have been fine if those fellows had behaved themselves. He would have given them a quick death. If not, if someone had attacked the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone in the past half a year, Yi Xian would have probably bathed the entire left bank of the Milky Way in blood in his rage. Now, he already had the qualifications and ability to do so. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on successfully breaking through and entering the heavenly Tao realm. At that moment, a figure shot over. It was none other than the goat horn immortal that he had kept in the farmer god cauldron to temporarily avoid trouble. Elder, this fellow had clearly been watching from afar. He had most likely waited for half a year, but did not dare disturb him. Now, he only dared to appear when he saw Yi Xian successfully break through and come out of seclusion. As the voice sounded, Goat Horn Immortal's figure quickly landed in front of him. He nodded and bowed with a respectful and fawning expression. However, there was a thick and unconcealable look of extreme shock and horror in his eyes. Previously, when Yi Xian had wiped out the entire Forbidden Zone, he believed that Yi Xian was a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection. It was only half a year ago when Yi Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron and made his first breakthrough that he realized that Yi Xian's true cultivation level was only at the 8th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. It already made him feel extremely horrified. 8th stage Desolate Supremacy had wiped out the entire Forbidden Zone. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause an uproar on both sides of the Milky Way. What was even more terrifying was that the 8th step Desolate Supremacy had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a single seclusion, directly entering the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Such a cultivation speed was unprecedented. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. Goat Horn Immortal had previously heard of everything related to Yi Xian, but he did not believe it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was completely convinced. Same as at this time, there were changes in his heart. Back then, he had decided to leave after reaching the right bank, but now he decided to stay by Yi Xian's side. Such a monstrous existence was one of a kind. Legend had it that he was even preparing to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine that had miraculous effects for those who reached the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. If he stayed by his side and served him well, when the primordial chaos treasure medicine was refined in the future, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. He would at least be rewarded a little. Yi Xian saw through the fellow's thoughts at a glance. That was fine too. Although the Goat Horn Immortal's cultivation level was a little weak, being only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he was an extremely ancient Zerg. If not, it was impossible for him to know about the primordial chaos Great Tao realm. Leave him by his side was not a bad choice. If he had any questions in the future, he could ask this old fellow at any time. Furthermore, no matter how weak he was still a Heavenly Tao realm existence. The entire Magic Hall did not have many Heavenly Tao realm existences to date. If Goat Horn Immortal stayed behind, it would be beneficial to the Magic Hall. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately exchanged pleasantries with Goat Horn Immortal. Finally, he waved his hand and sent out a 9-colored divine medicine that resembled a gigantic mountain. Following that, he ignored the dumbfounded Goat Horn Immortal and left the Farmer God Cauldron with a flash. Phew! After walking out of the cauldron, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the cauldron into his body. And at that moment, his aura leaked out and was sensed by the outside world. Instantly, it attracted the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation that belonged to him. Boom! Rumble, high in the void beyond the star, there was a sudden earth-shattering boom. A dense tribulation cloud that enveloped 100 million kilometers suddenly appeared. It was clearly a Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. All of this was only the beginning. In just a few seconds, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. A large swath of the firmament was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud. It was as though the end of the world had arrived as the void trembled with it. Typical Heavenly Tao lightning tribulations clearly did not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Back when he devoured the treasure body, he had encountered such a situation. It could be said that even if a mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence were to encounter it, they would lose a layer of skin from the wanton lightning tribulation. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. This was because he could not be shaken at all. Boom! Rumble. As Yi Xian walked out of the Shenong Cauldron, there was a sudden earth-shattering boom in the void beyond the star. In just a few seconds, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. Looking up, the vast firmament was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud. It was as though the end of the world had arrived as the void trembled with it. Yi Xian's Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had descended. Furthermore, typical Heavenly Tao lightning tribulations clearly did not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. It was the same situation that the treasure body had encountered back then. Even a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. This was because he could not be shaken at all. To him, even such a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was only a form of tempering and baptism for his newly attained cultivation realm. Phew! Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately phased and transformed into his ape form. His body was only about 10 feet tall as he charged out of the core of the star. He was in seclusion and into the dark void beyond the star. Rumble, cut. At this moment, the tumultuous tribulation cloud high in the sky had turned even more frenzied. Alarmed amidst the thunderous booms in the sky, a crisp sound that left one shuddering sounded. Finally, a blood-colored bolt of lightning struck down from the terrifying tribulation cloud that spanned 5 billion kilometers. The tribulation lightning was about 50 million kilometers in diameter. It was terrifyingly thick and exuded a formless aura of destruction. Even heavenly Tao realm existences would be appalled by it. However, Yi Xian was completely unfazed. With a smirk, he leaped up and charged head-on. Boom! An astounding explosion sounded. At the instant Yi Xian's body made contact with the blood-colored tribulation lightning, the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 50 million kilometers in diameter exploded, transforming into a sea of lightning that spanned 5 billion kilometers. It completely enveloped the ape's body as though it was drowning him. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the dark void to the right. It was about 500 billion kilometers away. Or perhaps because it sensed the violent aura of the lightning tribulation here, the light that was originally passing through the void 1 trillion kilometers away suddenly paused, then immediately turned around and rushed over here. Amidst the beam of light, one could faintly hear a surprised exclamation. Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation? It's actually a mutated heavenly Tao tribulation. From the looks of it, this existence that has just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm is most likely an astral beast. Furthermore, the bloodline in his body must be extraordinary. This is quite an opportunity for me to pick up a huge bargain. With a murmur, the beam of light shot over at an extremely fast speed. In a moment, it had arrived in the dark void that was only 100 billion kilometers away from the lightning tribulation area. It came to an abrupt stop and transformed into an old man in a yellow robe. This was clearly a true remnant expert and not the manifestation of a ferocious beast. This was because the aura that emanated from his body was completely different from the astral beast's rich lifeblood and brutal ferocity. This remnant expert was also a heavenly Tao realm existence. Furthermore, his cultivation level was not weak, having reached the late-stage 7th order heavenly Tao realm. However, although his cultivation level was extraordinary, his appearance was a little wretched. His triangular eyes were like soybeans, his nose was flat, his cheekbones were high, and his head was as big as a bucket. Even the wretched appearance of the goat horn immortal looked much more comfortable and pleasing to the eye than him. Furthermore, the goat horn immortal's temperament was cowardly and cowardly. However, this remnant expert at the late-stage 7th order heavenly Tao realm was not only more wretched, but his temperament also revealed a strong sense of insidiousness and ruthlessness. This could be seen from his words. He clearly regarded Yi Xian, who was transcending the tribulation, as a certain astral beast that had just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm. And it was clearly impossible for an ordinary astral beast to attract a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. This also showed that there was definitely something extraordinary about his bloodline. And such a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was something that even a mid-stage 4th order heavenly Tao realm expert would probably end up losing a layer of skin even if they did not die. Therefore, from his point of view, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to transcend it and would definitely perish under the lightning tribulation. As far as he was concerned, this was a good opportunity to take advantage of him. This kind of ferocious star beast with a special bloodline must have something like a Xiantian ferocious star beast, such as a Heaven Eye, Heaven Jewel, Heaven Core, or Heaven Velvet. After it perished, these things would be tempered by the mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. the effects would definitely be better. When the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would be able to collect it immediately. What else could it be but a huge bargain? And furthermore, remnant experts were good at refining flesh and blood medicine. The main ingredients of the flesh and blood medicine were the various blood materials in the astral beast's body. It was not easy to hunt an astral beast at the heavenly Tao realm. And so now that he had encountered an existence that was about to be struck to death by the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, there was no need for him to do anything. Once the lightning tribulation dissipated, he would be able to collect the fresh flesh and blood of a heavenly Tao beast. It was like a pie falling from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corner of the seventh order remnant's mouth instantly curled into a smug smile. He was in no hurry to take action because he could tell that this was only the first wave of the lightning tribulation. The other party would definitely be able to withstand it. But it doesn't matter. This mutated lightning tribulation is just too powerful. An astral beast that has just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm will only be able to withstand 3 or 4 waves no matter how heaven-defying its bloodline is. It will soon perish. Boom! 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 On this side, the seventh order remnant waited calmly for the lightning tribulation to end. And in the void 200 billion kilometers away, the rumbling explosions did not stop for even a moment. Time slowly passed as tribulation lightning struck down, but Yi Xian's figure remained motionless. He was enveloped by a hazy blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers. His figure could not be seen, but it was clear that his condition was extremely stable. His aura was rich, and clearly he had not been injured by the lightning tribulation. At this moment, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more frenzied. Amidst the thunderous roar, a crisp sound of ripping cloth that made one's heart tremble sounded. The terrifying tribulation clouds that enveloped 5 billion kilometers of the void once again struck down a blood-colored lightning bolt. This was already the 6th tribulation lightning bolt that struck down. It was still 5 million kilometers in diameter, and it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it made one's expression change in horror. At this moment, the seventh order survivors waiting in the void 200 billion miles away subconsciously held their breaths as if it was a conditioned reflex. Their hearts were in their throats, and there was a look of expectation on their faces. First of all, there was a hint of hope. Previously, he had estimated that the astral beast undergoing the tribulation in the blob of light would at most withstand 5 waves of tribulation lightning. But in fact, after the 5th wave of tribulation lightning struck down, the aura in the blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers did not change much. It was still vigorous and abundant, as though the previous 5 waves of tribulation lightning had not struck him at all. 200 billion kilometers in front of him, amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound of ripping silk that caused one's heart to tremble rang out. A 6th bolt of blood-colored lightning with a diameter of 50 million kilometers struck down, instantly drowning out the light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body. At this moment, the 7th order remnant watching from afar subconsciously raised his heart to his throat, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Previously, Yi Xian's aura did not change after withstanding 5 waves of tribulation lightning. This surprised him greatly. But, at the same time, he was secretly delighted because this was enough to show that this astral beast that had just broken through to the heavenly Tao realm definitely had an extraordinary bloodline. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his aura to remain as vigorous and long after withstanding 5 mutated tribulation lightning bolts. To him, this was a good thing because the other party would definitely not be able to withstand the next 4 waves of tribulation lightning. In the end, he would still die. And the more extraordinary his bloodline was, the more delightful his final harvest would be. However, the result left him dumbfounded. After the 6th wave of tribulation lightning exploded, the sea of lightning that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers quickly dissipated, but the blob of light that spanned 5 million kilometers still stood in the void. It was indeed the aura of an astral beast that had just broken through to the first order of the heavenly Tao realm. There was no problem with this. The key was that after the 6th wave of tribulation lightning wreaked havoc, this astral beast's aura was still extremely vigorous, as though it had not been struck by lightning at all. Could it be immune to lightning? What bloodline is this? The Seventh Order remnant stared blankly at this scene in a daze. His mouth was slightly agape, and his face was blank as though he was the one who had been struck by lightning. From the dreamlike murmurs that came out of his mouth, this old fellow clearly saw Yi Xian as a space beast with a special bloodline that was immune to thunder and lightning. This was the only explanation to begin with. Otherwise, everything that happened in the void in front of him was completely illogical. All of this flashed through his mind. While the Seventh Order remnant was shocked, the greed in his eyes grew even stronger. A bloodline that was immune to lightning was unheard of. It was absolutely shocking. If he could obtain the remains of this astral beast after it failed to transcend the tribulation, its flesh and blood could be used to refine flesh and blood medicine, and the materials related to the lightning immunity bloodline in its body could be used to refine magic treasures. The harvest would definitely be astounding. At this moment, not only was the greed in his eyes even stronger, it was even to the extent that it faintly revealed a wisp of a savage expression. He was determined to obtain it, and even if this ferocious beast didn't perish during the tribulation lightning, he would surely kill and seize the treasure. Legacy humans and astral beasts were mortal enemies, to begin with, not to mention the treasures in front of them. He did not have any psychological pressure to do this thing. However, this was also impossible. There was no need for him to make a move because the astral beast that had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm definitely would not survive the next 3 lightning tribulations. After all, the power of the last lightning tribulation would double again. After experiencing the havoc of the first 8 lightning tribulations, even if this astral beast had a heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning, its cultivation level was still there. Any bloodline activation would consume its cultivation level. After experiencing the consumption of the first 8 lightning tribulations, it was impossible for it to withstand the last lightning tribulation. Even if it had a heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning, it would be useless if it could not activate it. It would definitely perish. Lightning the sea, rumble. Kacha, once again, an earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky above his head. Raising his head to look, the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. However, Yi Xian remained completely unmoved. Not even the slightest ripple of emotion could be felt in his heart. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His body was enveloped in a blurry light screen that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. This was to prevent other experts from passing through the void and seeing his figure, instantly exposing his identity. Very quickly, the tribulation lightning struck down, transforming into a vast and boundless sea of lightning that wreaked havoc. However, Yi Xian still had his hands behind his back, as if he was strong enough to not move a single inch. All the lightning surged into his body, cleansing it and tempering his soul. Finally, Yi Xian's heavenly Tao realm cultivation level was completely stabilized after his breakthrough. If that's the case, there's no need to waste the 9th lightning tribulation. It can be used to continue tempering my body. As he muttered to himself, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, causing the Rai Di seal to instantly shoot out. It expanded with the wind and spun around randomly, darting out of the blurry light screen that enveloped his body and out of the light screen, Kacha. At the same instant, an unprecedented explosion sounded. The vast tribulation cloud high in the void instantly surged as a terrifying blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 50 million kilometers came crashing down. As the blood-red tribulation lightning that doubled in diameter struck out, the vast tribulation cloud that shrouded the sky instantly dissipated. All the violent lightning power contained in the tribulation cloud was integrated into the terrifying tribulation lightning. At this moment, there was nothing else in the void except for the terrifying blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 50 million kilometers, the blurry light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body, and the Rai Di seal that was spinning above the light screen. The thunder spirit in the Rai Di seal was no longer there. It had entered a nest star, but the Rai Di seal was originally a thunder source treasure. After absorbing this lightning bolt, it would be nourished by more powerful lightning, and its power would be even more astonishing in the future. Innate thunder source treasure? So that's how it is. At this moment, as the last bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the Thunder Emperor's seal rushed out from the hazy light screen that enveloped Yi Xian's body and charged towards the blood-colored tribulation lightning that was 100 million kilometers in diameter. On the other side, the seventh-rank survivors who were standing in the air 200 billion kilometers away also gasped as their bodies shook violently and cried out involuntarily. At this moment he finally understood. This starry sky beast didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline that was immune to lightning. The reason why he was able to remain unscathed under the previous 8 waves of tribulation lightning, and even his aura didn't change, was simply because all the lightning bolts that struck down and smashed into the blurry light screen didn't touch his body at all. They were all absorbed by this innate thunder source treasure. Dang. What a coward! He didn't even dare to resist a wave of lightning tribulation. He was obviously afraid of dying. No? Yes, this guy's luck was pretty good. He could even get such a rare innate thunder source treasure. His dog shit luck was really too heaven-defying. But, to him, this was definitely a heaven-shaking piece of good news. Compared to the so-called lightning immunity bloodline, the value of this innate lightning source treasure was even more shocking. There was no need to refine it. Once he obtained it, he could just directly refine it. It seems that the last 9th wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. Thinking of this, the 7th-rank survivor didn't hesitate anymore. While murmuring softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to resist the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will send him on his way. Chapter 51-24. It seems that the 9th wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to withstand the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will take action and send him on his way. Thinking of this, the rank 7 survivor no longer hesitated. As he muttered softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. The power in his body was pushed to the extreme. His whole body was like a yellow lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the hazy light curtain that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Roar! Rumble! Perhaps it was because his heart was too agitated at this moment. When his figure approached the hazy light screen, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared. It was like the roar of a ferocious beast, revealing an extremely domineering and powerful aura. At the same time, his right arm suddenly spread out, and the rank 7 late-stage heavenly Tao cultivation in his body was fully activated. He punched at the hazy light curtain a million miles in front of him. In the hazy light curtain, Yi Xian looked over and saw a yellow-robed survivor with a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched. He immediately frowned. In fact, when this old guy first came over, Yi Xian had already noticed him, but he didn't pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just standing in the void 200 billion miles away, watching from a distance. Moreover, he was enveloped by this hazy light curtain. The outside world could only sense his aura, but couldn't see his figure at all. Yi Xian wasn't worried about his whereabouts being exposed. More besides, although this old guy's cultivation was not weak, reaching rank 7 of the heavenly Tao realm, he was not a star beast, but a survivor of the primordial era. For Yi Xian, there was no value in killing a survivor of the primordial era. After killing a star beast, its body would explode, and there would be an endless amount of star beast blood essence that could be used to refine star beast blood essence. However, a survivor of the primordial era was the same as a human. They didn't have the majestic star beast blood essence. Even if their bodies exploded, it would just be a flash of blood mist accompanied by energy dissipation. It wasn't that it was useless, but compared to the majestic star beast blood essence, it was not just a little bit weaker. It was on a completely different level. Again, however, Yi Xian was also a member of the human clan. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure when the blood mist of the ferocious beasts exploded. He could directly swallow it after refining it into blood essence. However, he couldn't swallow the blood mist of the human clan and the powerhouses of the remnant. Therefore, he was too lazy to pay attention to this yellow-robed survivor. However, the yellow-robed survivor was acting recklessly. Taking advantage of the last and most powerful blood-red tribulation lightning in the sky, he suddenly rushed over. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. At this point, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He was too lazy to pay attention to the primeval survivors and had no interest in them, but that didn't mean that he would allow them to act so presumptuously in front of him, let alone kill him and steal his treasures. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape and directly performed the 9th transformation. With a wave of his hand, he directly removed the hazy light curtain that shrouded his body. Xiao. At the same time, the terrifying blood-red tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100 million miles also all disappeared into the Rai-D seal. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Rai-D seal that swallowed the blood-red tribulation lightning flashed and instantly turned into a purple gold light, penetrating into Yi Xian's forehead and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 7th rank remnant who was punching out flashed fiercely, and he immediately roared, "Damn guy, hand over the Thunder Source treasure, or I will extract your soul." However, before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shook violently, and he stopped abruptly with a stunned expression on his face. Even the punch that he had thrown out was forcefully withdrawn as if it was a conditioned reflex. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot due to the backlash. Looking at him now, in the line, the hazy light curtain that covered thousands of miles in the void a million miles ahead had disappeared. A violent ape appeared in the void, and its figure was only about 3 meters tall. He had long believed that the existence in the hazy light curtain was a space beast. Although the violent ape that appeared now was a little small, it was indeed a space beast. The key was the cultivation aura that was emitted from the other party's body. Where was the first level of the heavenly Tao? Didn't he just break through? This should be right. Wasn't the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation descending just now? Right now, after the hazy light curtain disappeared, the aura of the starry sky violent ape that walked out of it was clearly stronger than his, and it was not just a little stronger. This was clearly a peak heavenly Tao at the level of perfection in the 9th level, and it was even to the extent that it was absolutely not someone who had just stepped into this level. Its aura was too vigorous, like a boundless abyss of stars, and it gave others an unfathomable feeling. This was definitely an experienced peak heavenly Tao. It had been a long time since it entered the Great Perfection Stage 9, but why did it only undergo the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation now? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 7th Order survivor felt his mind turn blank. He had the feeling that he had been scammed. This was a peak heavenly Tao, and he was only at the 7th level of this realm. Yet he had actually attacked him. Furthermore, he had even wanted to kill him and snatch his treasures. He had even clamored to hand over the lightning origins or his soul would be extracted and refined. This was no different from an old man hanging himself. This was the rhythm of someone tired of living. At that moment, his heart was on the brink of collapse. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wished that he could slap himself a few times on the spot. It would not be enough to vent his anger if he did not draw out a nosebleed. But now was clearly not the time to be conflicted or regretful. After the hazy light curtain vanished, the starry sky violent ape that suddenly appeared in the void was less than 1,000,000 miles away from him. This bit of distance was completely negligible to a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party seemed to be strolling leisurely in the air, but in fact, it could appear in front of him in a matter of seconds. In fact, 1,000,000 miles was clearly a close distance for a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party could attack at any time. It was as if he was right in front of the other party, and there was no way for him to escape. Thinking of this, his body suddenly trembled. The flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably because of the monstrous fear that suddenly rose in his heart. No, with half a moment of hesitation, he immediately squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said with a fake smile, "Hee, fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding. This old man, was just joking with fellow Taoists just now. Joking? It's okay. Yi Xian immediately sneered in his heart. The corner of the violent ape's mouth outlined a very playful smile, but it gave people the feeling that it was ferocious and ferocious. After a pause, the voice of the divine sense sounded again. It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Taoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today? Roar. As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out. It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Taoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today? Roar. As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out. Boom. Rumble. Yi Xian used all the power in his body for this punch. He had just entered seclusion, allowing his true cultivation realm to enter the heavenly Tao realm. He wanted to find someone to test his skills, but now that he encountered an ignorant fellow who came to him to seek death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. His strength was too powerful, and it even revealed a wisp of violent and ferocious aura that caused others to tremble. It seemed like a simple punch, yet the rumbling it caused shook the heavens and the earth, and it was even to the extent that it surpassed the tribulation lightning from before. Wherever the formless fist passed, the void would rapidly collapse. It was simply a shocking sight, causing one to tremble in fear. Fellow Taoist, please stop, let's talk nicely. At the next moment, the rank 7 survivor's entire body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly explained again in a panic, "It's a misunderstanding. I assure you that this is really a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. His eyes were extremely firm and cold, and the killing intent emanating from his body surged to the sky. He was clearly determined to kill this rank 7 survivor with one punch. Screech, "I can't accept it. Violent ape, you kill without a word. You are so cruel that you deserve to be killed." Bang! In despair, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared fiercely. At the same time, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. More than 90% of it poured into his life source magic weapon. In the next moment, his body exploded into a small blood mist. There was even a tiny light that was only the size of a finger in the blood mist. With a flash, it directly rushed into the void and disappeared. Life source magic weapon to send a message? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he murmured softly. At the last moment, this 7th order remnant knew that he was going to die, but he was unwilling to give up. So, he poured most of the power in his body into his natal magic treasure. Then he used the power of the explosion of his body to tear open the void and send his natal magic treasure into it. Only his first purpose was to send a message, and this life origin magic treasure wouldn't exist for long. His soul had already perished, and his life origin magic treasure was connected to it. Now, it was just forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then it would turn into ashes. The qi and blood of a human expert was too weak to be refined into blood essence. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to collect the blood mist that filled the air. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. Hiss! A crack was torn open in the void. It was exactly the place where the life source magic weapon of the rank 7 survivor had rushed into. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian immediately sent out a ray of divine thought and extended it along the crack, but soon he frowned. He murmured softly, "Strange, I can't track his whereabouts." Although he was a little disappointed, this was actually not surprising. After all, it was understandable that a rank 7 Heaven's Way master had some extraordinary secret method. Although he could not find the life source magic weapon that had escaped, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. It was just a communication treasure. Since it was a remnant Heaven's Way, it must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era. While Yi Xian was now wandering in the fierce beast forbidden area, and the remnant star domain was basically not interested in getting involved. Therefore, even if this communication treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. Even more, what's more, his cultivation realm had now stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. After activating the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline ability and using the 9th transformation state, his strongest combat power was already among the best among the Heaven's Way masters of the Great Perfection 9th stage. What was there to fear? One thinking of this, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. He turned to the void and glanced around, then waved his hand again to tear open a crack in the void. With a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the left bank of the Milky Way, in another remote area of the vast dark void ahead, hiss, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as a crack appeared in the dark void. A figure walked out from within, and surprisingly, it was Yi Xian. The current him had already returned to his original appearance as a human, but he was still in the 9th transformation of his bloodline ability. Therefore, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was extremely powerful. Even among the peak Heaven's Way masters of the Great Perfection 9th stage, he was definitely among the best. After leaving the place of tribulation, he did not immediately return to the right section of the left bank to take revenge. Instead, he stayed in the vast dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, but in a different place. The reason for this was that he still had one thing to do, and that was to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill. He had determined that in this primordial chaos void, any secret technique or divine ability would be suppressed by the primordial chaos Tao. It was impossible to obtain the power of the primordial chaos Tao in advance through secret techniques or divine abilities, such as, therefore, he could only rely on his repeated breakthroughs in seclusion to allow his cultivation realm to truly step into the primordial chaos Tao realm. Although he had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, and his true cultivation strength was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, if it were other ferocious beasts or remnant experts, it might take a long time to go from the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, Yi Xian was different. In fact, his subordinates in the magic hall were different as well. Due to the various levels of treasured pills provided by Yi Xian, as well as top-grade cultivation resources such as the 9-colored divine medicine and chaos medicine, their cultivation speed was very fast, far surpassing that of ordinary ferocious beasts and remnant experts. From the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it only took 8 small breakthroughs. To Yi Xian, it would not take too long. At that time, he would need to consume a level 31 primordial chaos pill and enter seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the refinement of the level 31 primordial chaos pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be put on the agenda. Well, he had not even deduced the perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill, so one could imagine how heavy the pressure in his heart was. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he had spent an unknown amount of time. After the deduction was completed, it even attracted the heavenly Tao pill tribulation. The perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill would definitely take a long time, and the primordial chaos pill tribulation after the deduction was completed would probably be unavoidable. Yi Xian was not worried about the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Although its power was not as powerful as the real primordial chaos tribulation, it was not much weaker. To Yi Xian, it was an excellent opportunity to trick others. Reverse, it was impossible to complete the deduction of the perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill in one go. He did not have that much time to go into seclusion for a long time, so his current plan was to implement this matter first. After he had some ideas, he could hand it over to the devouring system in his body and use all of its calculation ability to carry out the follow-up deduction. Beginning of revenge, 111. No, after a long time, Yi Xian found an abandoned star and directly entered the core of the star. He waved his hand and took out the Shenong cauldron. He restrained his aura and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Before this, Yi Xian had swallowed and refined everything from the level 1 liquid to the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. He had also carefully studied the pill formula. From the initial treasure liquid to the level 29 desolate supreme pill, Yi Xian had almost never encountered too big of a problem when deducing the pill formula. During this time, he had borrowed the secret refining method of the desolate supreme pill from the remnants of the ancients to refine the flesh medicine. Even for the level 29 desolate supreme pill, it only took him a little longer to successfully deduce it. However, when he was deducing the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he encountered difficulties. Later, he received an unexpected reminder and added the elements of the 5 elements, which allowed him to successfully refine the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. As for the level 31 primordial chaos pill, it was obviously more difficult to deduce the pill formula. Even with the previous experience of the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, it was definitely not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Xian had always had an intuition that in the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, other than the 5 elements, there were probably other elements that had to be added before it could be successfully refined. However, he still had no idea what this element was. This matter could not be rushed. It depended on luck. What he needed to do now was only to deduce the rough pill formula. Today, even among the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage, he was considered one of the best. His divine sense was so powerful that it could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body was fully mobilized. In just half a month, the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill had already begun to take shape. Yi Xian did not continue. He opened his eyes and stood up. He issued an order to the devouring system in his body, mobilizing all of the system's calculation ability, and continued to deduce with all of its might after that. He rushed out of the Shenong treasure cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his body and walked out of the core of this abandoned planet. Counting the time, it's been more than half a year since that battle. I wonder if the injuries of the heavenly Tao Green Eye and that 3-legged golden crow have recovered. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian turned to look at the left and right banks of the Milky Way at the end of the void. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the battle that day, he had been ambushed by 33 heavenly Tao beasts. This kind of large-scale attack could be said to be earth-shattering. It was probably rare to see such a scene in this primordial chaos void. It would have been fine if he had fallen that day, but since he was still alive, then after he was done with the matters at hand, Yi Xian would definitely take revenge. Swallowing his anger was not his usual style. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts, 7 of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Including the primeval Heaven's Eye that had escaped first, there were 26 heavenly Tao beasts that had survived that battle with Yi Xian. These 26 heavenly Tao beasts came from more than a dozen vicious beast forbidden grounds. Other than the great desolate forbidden grounds, which were located in the middle and right sections of the left bank, the rest were all located in the right section of the left bank. Without a doubt, Yi Xian would visit these vicious beast forbidden grounds one by one. As for his first stop, he chose the great desolate forbidden grounds. Hiss! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared in front of him. Body with a flash, Yi Xian transformed into a 10-foot-tall stellar berserk ape. With a flash, he entered the void crack and vanished in a blink of an eye. His revenge after breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm began, in full swing. Hong, great desolate forbidden grounds. Hiss! With the sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds. He had come with anger, but now that he had descended and surveyed the area, the scene that entered his eyes rendered Yi Xian rather speechless. In fact, at the beginning of the battle more than half a year ago, the extremely huge primitive forbidden grounds had completely fallen into a deathly silence. Within the abandoned stars, there was not the slightest aura of life, and not even a single ancient wild beast could be seen. Although there were countless living beings in the endless sea of battleships in the vast void to the left of the stellar domain, all of them were slumped to the ground when Yi Xian arrived. Although there were signs of life that emanated, it was as though their souls had been extinguished. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of life. This was the result of the weeping soul blood ape casting its bloodline mystic technique, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Back then, the moment the weeping soul blood ape cast its bloodline mystic technique, countless living beings of the present world struggled and roared angrily in the endless sea of battleships. But soon, as the roars and howls that were filled with endless indignation sounded, they slowly closed their eyes as their bodies slumped to the ground. The signs of life in their bodies seemed to freeze. The weeping soul blood ape's weeping soul mystic technique was extraordinary. In a short period of time, it sealed their souls, making them appear like living dead. They were worse than walking corpses. The primeval heavens I had abandoned the countless living beings of the present world from the three main celestial planes, leaving them in the great desolate forbidden grounds as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. That being said, the 9 stars of the immortal, Sky End Palace, the Temple of Glory, as well as the hundreds of barren supremacies and barren supremacies from the former First Universe, as well as the Blood WM, Blue Rock, Warrior Lion, Inji, Raging Bull, Golden Hawk, Colored Python, Voracious Wolf, and Tree Sprite from the Second Universe, along with the barren supremacies and barren supremacies from the 9 races. However, the star fortresses where the important figures were standing were all pulled by an invisible force and rushed out of the endless ocean of battleships into a space crack. Then, they entered the parallel space where the green eye of the primeval age of heavenly axiom was in seclusion. From the primeval heaven's eye's point of view, they clearly still had some value, which was why he left some of his elites behind. Together with the ancient pharaohs that had followed him for countless years, they were taken into the parallel void. Later, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds, he did not make a move against the living beings in the endless sea of battleships. After the primeval heavens I fled back to his lair, he predicted that Yi Xian would eventually come knocking on his door. After entering the parallel void, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his wounds. At the same time, he issued an order to the other 9 heavenly beasts under his command to take in the sea of battleships left in the void of the great desolate forbidden grounds, as well as the living beings of the present world sleeping within, into the parallel void. This matter was completed in a short period of less than 10 days after the return of the Heaven Dao's azure eye. From that moment onward, the primeval forbidden grounds only existed in name, and the entire forbidden grounds was simply like an empty city. Moreover, this situation had been going on for more than half a year, until today, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon this place. It was still the same. The entire great desolate forbidden grounds had now been completely transformed into an empty city in the great desolate forbidden grounds. Above when Yi Xian arrived last time, he could at least see a sea of battleships spread out in the void. However, this time, there was nothing but abandoned stars floating in the void, without a single breath of life. Obviously, the primeval heavens I had predicted that Yi Xian would definitely come and take revenge, so he had already moved everything away before he arrived. He was afraid that he would not return in a short period of time. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. The enmity between him and the primeval heavens I would be completely resolved one day, so there was no need to rush now. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, tore open a crack in the void and left. Chapter 51-25. Right section of the left bank, Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. Among all the forbidden grounds on the left bank of the Milky Way, the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds could only be considered average. It didn't even make it into the top 100. The strongest person guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds was a starry sky Blood Rock. Its cultivation level was at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was one of the 33 Heavenly Dao beasts that had besieged Yi Xian. Apart with this starry sky Blood Rock, one of the 5 Heavenly Dao beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds had also participated. Now, this fellow was also in the Forbidden Grounds. Until as for the other 3 heavenly Tao beasts of the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds, one had gone out to visit a friend, while the other had entered seclusion in a parallel void. Therefore, there were a total of 3 heavenly Tao beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. Other than the late-stage Starry Sky Blood Rock at the 7th stage, the other 2 were ferocious beasts, but their cultivation levels were only at the mid-stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Big after the battle half a year ago, the Starry Sky Blood Rock had been in a constant state of anxiety. It didn't even dare to appear in the Forbidden Grounds. It entered the parallel void to recuperate and lie low. But now that more than half a year had passed, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had yet to arrive. There was no news of him in the entire left bank of the Milky Way. The Starry Sky Blood Rock was relieved, believing that Yi Xian had returned to the right bank of the Milky Way and had no intention of taking revenge. After thinking about it carefully, this was reasonable. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had a powerful cultivation level, even the 3-legged golden crow, which was ranked 10th among the heavenly Tao beasts on the left bank, was severely injured by his sky-falling arrow. But he was only one person after all. Could it be that he dared to challenge the entire left bank? Right because of this thought, the Starry Sky Blood Rock walked out of the parallel void in seclusion a month ago and returned to the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. It was certain that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would not take revenge for the battle back then. Rip. Ching crisp sound of cloth tearing sounded as a void rift appeared in the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. A violent ape, which was about 10 feet tall, walked out with an unruly expression. Blood Rock, come out and die. Walala. As soon as his figure appeared, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense spread out immediately, resounding through the entire void. At the same time, the figure of Bao Yuan also disappeared in his mind, but there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void where he originally stood. Violence, the ape's figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void of the universe, exuding a boundless bloody intent. Roar. Roar. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. Positive they were Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones. The aura of the 3 clones was at the perfect rank 9 of the Heavenly Path realm. They were 3 powerful experts at the peak of the Heavenly Path realm. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, they could set off a bloody storm wherever they appeared at the same time. Now, they suddenly appeared in the Blood Rock Forbidden Ground star region, causing the entire star region to fall into a dead silence. An invisible aura of panic quickly spread in the star domain. Everyone trembled as if doomsday had arrived. It could be said that the wind was howling and the crane was howling as their figures appeared. The 3 Blood Sea clones immediately raised their heads and let out a furious howl. The ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline was activated. 3 The power in the Blood Sea clone's body instantly surged like a roaring river. Endless murderous intent surged out from their limbs and bones. They quickly gathered together and merged into their backs. In the blink of an eye, in the void, the 3-headed and 6-armed demonic ape true body had appeared, looking down on all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the demonic ape true body appeared, the berserk ape flipped his hands. In an instant, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. A ray of light shot out, and the Shenong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black stick was held upside down by his right hand. While the Shenong cauldron was not summoned, the black fog clones did not stop. Swoosh! Walala! In an instant, a ray of light shot out from between the black fog clone's eyebrows. It expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a vast 9-colored sea of flames. In an instant, it condensed to the extreme and turned into a huge 9-colored ribbon. A few after winding and circling, it had already wrapped around the black fog clone's body in less than half a breath. The 2 ends of the ribbon poked out in front of the black fog clone's chest like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It could burst out at any time and devour everything. As for the skeleton clones, this time, they did not use the fallen sky bow. They only clenched their fists, but the aura they emitted was so fierce that it made people's courage shatter. The current Yi Xian, even when facing the peak Tiandao of the ninth stage Great Perfection, did not need to use the fallen sky bow at all times to form a deterrent. His strongest battle prowess was already one of the best among the peak heavenly Dao of the ninth stage. This although there were currently 3 ferocious beast heavenly Daos in the Blood Rock Forbidden area, even the strongest of them, the Starry Sky Blood Rock, was only at the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm at the 7th step. It was far from having the qualifications to make Yi Xian use the fallen sky bow. In an instant, Yi Xian's strongest form condensed. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was so terrifying that the void trembled slightly. There seemed to be a faint buzzing sound. The entire Blood Rock Forbidden Land was dead silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were trembling. Although they wanted to escape, they could not move at all. Ruthless! 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 At this moment, violent howls that shook the heavens suddenly sounded out from the depths of the Forbidden Land ahead. 3 fine lights shot out violently from the limits of one's field of vision and stopped abruptly 50 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian. They were precisely the 3 heavenly beasts led by the Starry Sky Blood Rock. Fellow Taoist Yi, in the battle that day, I was persuaded by them because I was hot-headed. Now that everything is in the past, I wonder if the old enmity can be resolved? Along with the appearance of his figure, the voice of the Starry Sky Blood Rock instantly sounded out. He lowered his posture and carried a trace of begging. If it can be resolved, then feel free to raise any conditions. We will surely satisfy them. Fellow Taoist Yi, in the battle that day, I was persuaded by them because I was hot-headed. Now that everything is in the past, I wonder if the old enmity can be resolved? The voice of the Starry Sky Blood Rock sounded out from 50 billion kilometers away. He lowered his posture and carried a trace of begging. So long as the old enmity can be resolved, then feel free to raise any conditions. We will surely satisfy them. You'll satisfy any request? Fellow Taoist is indeed sincere. In that case, I won't be polite. Hearing this, the violent ape smiled and nodded. Halfway through his words, he suddenly changed the topic. What I want is your life. Whoosh! Before the voice fell, teleportation had already been launched. The devil ape's figure appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. The skeleton doppelganger punched out, and the violent ape swung the big-headed black stick above his head and smashed it down. Screech! The black fog doppelganger moved at the same time. The spirit source core suspended above the sea of consciousness in his brain rotated faster and faster along with the circulation of the spirit source core. In the end, a small spirit bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of spirit source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like a dense and heavy silk, carrying the shadow of a battle spear, rumbling forward, screech. 3 The great demon body attacked at the same time, and even the spirit attack secret technique, the Annihilation Spear, had been blasted out. Faced with all this, the Starry Sky Blood Rock was caught off guard. It was too late for him to teleport away. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, but it couldn't change anything at all. He was already destined to die on the spot. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. The Annihilation Spear instantly pierced through the Starry Sky Blood Rock's huge body. Immediately after, the skeleton doppelganger's huge purple-gold fist smashed down with incomparable force. A thunderous boom rang out in the sky. He had no time to react at all. He merely raised his head and let out a sky-shaking roar. Then, Pang Da's gigantic body instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Then, with the whistling of a strong wind, the black fog doppelganger waved his hand immediately. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the black fog doppelganger's body. It was absorbed into the black fog doppelganger's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. From there, the blood essence condensation began. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a flash. Yi Xian attacked without saying a word, and his attack took a life. He was so fierce and ruthless, and his cultivation was so powerful and terrifying that the other two heavenly beasts were immediately dumbfounded. They stood in a daze and fell into a daze. In reality, even if they wanted to escape, they didn't have the slightest chance. At such a close distance, it was as if a mid-stage heavenly Dao expert was defenseless against an existence at the peak of the heavenly Dao. Boom! Rumble, Kacha. After a slight pause, Yi Xian attacked again. This time he attacked separately. The Black Fog Doppelganger activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his brain. His spirit power was fully activated, and he used the spiritual lightning technique. A crisp sound of ripping cloth that caused one's heart to be alarmed rang out. A blood-red lightning bolt suddenly appeared above the head of a mid-stage heavenly Dao expert. It was 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and its speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to raise his head to look. This lightning bolt had already smashed down and directly split open his head. After he fell, his body exploded with a boom, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. As for the other mid-stage heavenly Dao, the devil ape personally rushed over. The skeleton clone continued to throw out a punch and smashed it into the ape's chest. The violent ape clone, on the other hand, swept the black cudgel horizontally and directly shattered the mid-stage heavenly Dao's head. Without any suspense, the massive body exploded with a boom, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the Black Fog Doppelganger waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist from the explosion of the two heavenly Dao ferocious beasts swept over and was absorbed into the Black Fog Doppelganger's body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, among the 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Land, other than the 2 old fellows who had not returned from visiting friends and had entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion, the 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, including the Starry Sky Blood Rock, had all fallen in a short period of time. First previously, Yi Xian already had 25 heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and refined the majestic blood mist after their bodies exploded, he had obtained another 3. At this time, the total number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had already reached 28, and he was not far from 30. This was only the beginning. There were still more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands to be visited. If there were no accidents, the number of ferocious beast blood essences in Yi Xian's hands would most likely reach 50 after this revenge operation. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even Yi Xian could not help but feel a little excited. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech, shaking the entire Blood Rock Forbidden Land. Countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly as they trembled. As a forbidden land with 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding it, the number of desolate venerable old monsters in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land was obviously not small. However, Yi Xian no longer had much interest in hunting desolate venerable realm ferocious beasts. It was fine if he encountered them in the battle and killed them along the way, but if he deliberately stayed here and killed them one by one, he really had no interest in that. Hiss! As he moved, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. Yi Xian did not release the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He only shrunk to a size of about 100,000 feet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body turned into a ray of light and entered the crack in the void, disappearing. There were still more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands to be visited. He had to rush there without stopping because everything that happened in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land would soon spread out. If he was late, the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in those forbidden lands would all enter the parallel void and hibernate. Even Yi Xian would not be able to trace them. The desolate forbidden land was located in the middle section of the left bank, near the border area of the right bank. Therefore, Yi Xian rushed over from the desolate forbidden land and began his revenge operation from the left side of the right bank. Blood the Forbidden Land was the first stop. It was located on the left side of the right bank, not far from the middle section of the left bank. Such as today, after leaving the Blood Rock Forbidden Land, Yi Xian rushed to the second target from the left side of the right bank. The ferocious beast Forbidden Land closest to the Blood Rock Forbidden Land was called the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. As the name implied, the strongest person in this Forbidden Land was clearly a Starry Sky Purple Marten. The Starry Sky Purple Marten's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was known for its speed. If the Elephant Fox Marten had not entered the Origin Nest Star, the Heavenly Tao Fei Core would be the best supplement for the Elephant Fox Marten. Hiss! A ripping sound could be heard as a void crack appeared in the periphery of the star domain of the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly in the star domain's void outside the crack. It was a 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape. It was none other than Yi Xian. At the next moment, the god of slaughter descended. An invisible pressure spread out. The entire Purple Marten Forbidden Land was in an uproar. Purple. There was a total of 6 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. Their strengths weren't bad and were rather formidable. But now, there were only 2 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts residing in the Forbidden Land. 4 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had entered into seclusion in a parallel space. Whereas, these 2 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that resided in the Purple Marten Forbidden Land had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian. Besides the Starry Sky Purple Marten that was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, there was another Starry Sky Bear that was at the 4th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. Supposedly, this Starry Sky Bear was extremely loyal to the Starry Sky Purple Marten, and it had accompanied the Starry Sky Purple Marten for many years and obeyed its every command. At this moment, along with Yi Xian's arrival, he walked out from the spatial crack. As soon as he appeared, he was in his strongest form as a 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape. The invisible pressure that suffused his body was terrifying to the point of being horrifying, and it instantly caused the entire Purple Marten Forbidden Land to be in an uproar. In the next moment, the 3 devil bodies raised their heads and roared furiously at the same time. Their figures that were originally 30 kilometers in size had instantly expanded explosively, and they reached a distance of 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. They lay across space like a reincarnated fiend god that looked down upon the world. For the uproar in the distance instantly stopped, and it became deathly silent. Without exception, all the ferocious beasts in the countless forbidden grounds on the abandoned stars within the Purple Marten Forbidden Land kept silent like cicadas in the winter when they heard the furious roars of the 3 devil bodies. Swish! At this moment, an imperceptible violet beam of light suddenly shot out from an abandoned star in the distance. It was faster than a bolt of lightning as it shot out of the forbidden grounds on the right. Clearly, it intended to escape. The commotion of tearing through space was too great, and it required a certain amount of time. If it teleported, there would be spatial fluctuations, and it would be impossible for it to escape the violent ape's eyes. This violet marten relied on its speed to restrain its aura and transform into an extremely weak violet beam of light that shot out. It intended to flee far away before teleporting. In fact, it had nearly succeeded. If it were any other Heavenly Tao realm expert, even if they were at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage, it would probably be very difficult for them to detect the existence of this weak violet beam of light. Not only was it fast, but it also did not produce any spatial fluctuations when it shot out. It could be said to be completely undetectable. Unfortunately, Yi Xian possessed mental strength. His mental strength was the same as the biological frequency of the Zerg. There was no way to sense it. When used for investigation, it could detect weak fluctuations that even divine sense could not detect. At the instant of its arrival, Yi Xian's divine sense had already enveloped the entire Violet Marten Forbidden Land. His formless mental strength also extended out at the same time, so he instantly sensed the abnormality. An extremely deep buzzing sound sounded. In the middle of Yi Xian's brows, the demonic soul pupil quietly appeared like a 3rd vertical eye. It emitted a hazy light that seemed thin, but it instantly spread out and enveloped the entire star domain. Front and the right, The fleeing starry sky violet minx figure instantly revealed itself and was exposed. Stop him. At the same moment the figure appeared, a divine sense voice suddenly sounded from the weak violet beam of light. It was filled with fear and uneasiness as well as sternness. Front A figure rushed out from an abandoned planet to the front. It was 50 million kilometers long, and it was none other than a violet marten forbidden land bear. Its cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This violet marten forbidden land bear seemed to be unafraid of death. In order to protect the violet marten forbidden land bear's escape and by time, it charged out of the abandoned planet with all its might and charged straight for Yi Xian. You are rather loyal. If that's the case, this lord will do as you wish. Feeling provoked, Yi Xian was enraged. As his divine sense voice sounded, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The violet marten forbidden land bear tightened its grip on the big-headed black cudgel and instantly charged forward. Rumble, bam! The skeleton avatar punched out as the violet marten forbidden land bear's big-headed black cudgel came crashing down. There was no need for the black fog avatar to do anything as the violet marten forbidden land bear was killed in one strike. Its body exploded into a majestic blood mist that spread out. It was only at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It had just entered the middle stages of the realm. It was not Yi Xian's match at all. Whoosh! The wind howled as an invisible force swept out, sucking in the majestic blood mist that spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was sent into the cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. Who won't be able to escape? After doing all of this, Yi Xian turned to look to the right. Without any hesitation, he immediately teleported. Whoosh! A weak sonic boom sounded. With his terrifying cultivation level at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, even if the violet marten forbidden land bear was one step ahead of him and was known for its speed, Yi Xian could only teleport once with all his strength. He had already caught up to the violet marten forbidden land bear, who was 50 billion kilometers behind it. Swish! At this moment, the black mist clone made his move. The spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind began to spin faster and faster along with the circulation of his mental energy. In less than 10 breaths of time, a small spiritual beam formed from the compression of a large amount of spiritual origin energy shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an extremely dense and heavy thread, carrying the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech! Feeling that his aura had been locked onto, and that there was an incomparably clear light approaching from behind at an incomparably fast speed, the violet marten forbidden land bear, who was escaping at full speed, trembled violently as it raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar, revealing an endless sense of unwillingness. At this moment, he seemed to have used some kind of bloodline secret technique. His cultivation was fully activated, and his originally extremely fast speed suddenly increased by a large amount. Boom! The invisible spiritual spear chased after him. It was originally aimed at the violet marten forbidden land bear's head, but at this moment, under the sudden acceleration of his body, it pierced through his abdomen with a loud bang. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a bloody hole was pierced through the violet marten forbidden land bear's abdomen. A purple liquid that was like a large river gushed out and stretched across the void. Heavenly Tao origin purple liquid? Seeing this scene, the violent ape's eyes flashed as he subconsciously muttered softly. Heavens, the heavenly Tao origin liquid was extremely precious. Even the bodies of Xiantian ferocious beasts did not have it. Only the incarnation of the heavenly Tao of a great world would spurt it out when it was heavily injured, just like the origin blood essence of a ferocious beast. First, Yi Xian had already obtained 2 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid. One was the heavenly Tao green liquid, which came from the primeval heaven's eye, and the other was the heavenly Tao black liquid, which came from the 3-legged golden crow. No thinking that this violet marten forbidden land bear was also the incarnation of the heavenly Tao of a great world, and now that it was heavily injured by Yi Xian, although it did not die, it spurted out a stream of heavenly Tao purple liquid like a large river. Yi Xian naturally would not miss such a good thing. With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the black mist avatar immediately waved his hand. Huff, walala. Along with the howling of the wind, there was a strange splashing sound in front of him. A stream of purple liquid that was like a large river rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the body of the black fog avatar and disappeared. Since you are already seriously injured, why are you still struggling? After all this, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he looked forward, a cold voice suddenly came out. Today, you will definitely die. Since you are already seriously injured, why are you still struggling? After taking the heavenly Tao origin purple liquid that was like a large river into his body, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he looked forward, a cold voice suddenly came out. Today, you will definitely die. Xiao. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power in his body and directly teleported. This time he was even closer. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles behind the Violet Martin Forbidden Land. Without hesitation, the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately punched out. At the same time, the violent ape's big-headed black stick was also raised high and smashed down fiercely. Bang! A loud sound came out. The purple-gold giant fist of the skeleton avatar blasted on the Violet Martin Forbidden Land's body, and the big-headed black stick just smashed its head open. Then the severely injured Violet Martin Forbidden Land had no time to react at all. It couldn't even raise its head and let out a shocking roar. Pang Da's entire body that was thousands of miles long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. Very quickly soon, the sound of the wind whistling sounded. The black mist avatar waved its hand immediately, and a majestic invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the Violet Martin Forbidden Land swept over and absorbed it into its body. It sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and started the blood essence condensation. At this moment, without exception, the two ferocious beasts that resided in the Violet Martin Forbidden Land had perished. First before this, Yi Xian already had 28 Heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed 2 Heavenly Tao beasts, he had refined the boundless blood mist from their bodies after they exploded and obtained 2 more. Thus, at this moment, the total amount of Heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession had already arrived at an enormous amount of 30, and it was delightful. Based on the time, less than a day had passed since he left the first stop, the Blood Rock Forbidden Land. So, the news of everything that occurred there ought to not have spread. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He tore open a spatial rift with a wave of his hand, and then his figure flashed into it and left. As for the direction he was heading towards, it was still towards the right side of the left bank. The next stop was adjacent to the Violet Martin Forbidden Land, and it was called the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. The strongest expert that resided in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land was a Red Refinement Star Python. This Red Refinement Star Python was one of the 33 Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts that participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian. Another Heavenly Tao ferocious beast had gone with him to the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, but it had been annihilated by Yi Xian at that time. The Red Refinement Star Python's cultivation wasn't weak. Just like the starry Violet Martin in the Violet Martin Forbidden Land, it was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, and it was only a single level away from the peak of the Heavenly Tao. The Red Refinement Star Python was just like the Heavenly Tao Azure Eye, 3-legged Sun Crow, and starry Violet Martin. It was once a manifestation of the will of the Heavenly Tao of a large world. But later on, that large world called Red Refinement collapsed and was devoured by the boundless turbulence of space. Since after that, the Red Refinement Star Python led all the generals under its command into the primordial chaos, and it established the Red Refinement Forbidden Land until now. Over the years, the number of Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land had slowly accumulated. Now, there were as many as 7 of them. But now, there were only 2 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land. The other 5 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were either out or in a parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. They were not in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. This of the two heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land, one was a red refinement star python, and the other was also of the star python bloodline. However, it was completely black and shimmering. It was called the black jade star python. This black jade star python's cultivation level was not weak. It had just broken through to the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm not long ago, and now, it had entered the late stage. Dang, by the time Yi Xian rushed to the red refinement Forbidden Land, another day had passed. The news regarding the changes in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land and the Violet Martin Forbidden Land had just reached here. Rip! At this moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded. A void crack suddenly appeared in the periphery of the red refinement Forbidden Land, and then a ray of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly in the void of the red refinement Forbidden Land. In the void, a demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms could be seen. It was Yi Xian. As soon as he arrived, the invisible pressure in his body instantly spread out, making the entire red refinement Forbidden Land tremble. Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the ferocious beasts in the entire red refinement Forbidden Land were mostly star pythons of different bloodlines. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the invisible terrifying pressure spread out. In the huge red refinement Forbidden Land, countless star pythons in the abandoned stars suddenly flicked their tongues uneasily, an incomparably weak hissing sound rang out. There were too many of them, covering the sky and covering the earth as they converged together, forming an incomparably strange sound. It entered one's ears and made one's hair stand on end. However, Yi Xian did not react at all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies. They seemed to have sensed something, and they looked at the void on the left side at the same time. In the darkness of the void in this direction, there were 2 incomparably huge star pythons slowly meandering out of the void. They were as huge as stars. One was covered in red scales, and the other was like black jade, glowing with black light. The former's cultivation was stronger, reaching the 8th level of the heavenly Tao. It was the strongest in the red refinement Forbidden Land. It was one of the 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, the red refinement star python. Yi Xian had never seen the other one before. It was as black as ink and glowed like the top black jade. Its cultivation was at the 7th level of the realm. Fellow Yi, I have been waiting for you for a long time. As the figure appeared, the black jade star python did not make a sound, but the red refinement star python that was wandering in front immediately transmitted a voice through divine sense. Fellow Yi, the matter of Gu Xueping and the purple martin in the Forbidden Land has already spread. Originally, I planned to escape and lie low for a while. But on second thought, the old grievances have to be resolved. It is useless to delay, so I decided to stay. I think fellow Yi can see my sincerity. His words were clear and sounded sincere, but Yi Xian was unmoved. Whether the truth was as he said, that he had taken the initiative to stay in order to resolve the old grievances, or that the news had just spread, and they had no time to escape, for Yi Xian, the result was the same. That was, the 2 star pythons in front of him must be killed today. However, regardless of whether it was true or false, since the other party dared to say such words in front of him, it was obvious that he had some confidence. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could do to move him, so he didn't make a move immediately. But, without making a sound, the 3 demon bodies coldly stared at the red refinement star python, and the pressure in their bodies gradually became stronger. Fellow Yi, you don't have to be suspicious. Today, I took the initiative to stay here and did not leave. I am indeed very sincere. Seeming to feel that the pressure in Yi Xian's body gradually became heavier, the red refinement star python that was hundreds of billions of miles away did not keep him in suspense anymore. He hurriedly continued, if I am right, your real purpose of visiting the Forbidden Land of the fierce beasts this time should be to get the original liquid of the natural way, right? I was also the incarnation of the natural way of a macro world. In order to resolve the old grievances, I am willing to give you the original liquid of the natural way of the natural way. I wonder if you can accept it?